Hello. Let's go. How's everyone doing? Oh, actually, it is Starforge pin time. Before I forget that. Big sale from our Starforge friends, guys. Ending this week. Okay. Wizik, yo, thanks for what's up, man. Hey. Well, the season 15 feedback be on YouTube. Actually, I accidentally wrote 15. It's season 14, I guess. But yeah, of course, I'm gonna put it on YouTube. I think we're gonna try a few more things with the Auradin, make the planner, do that kind of stuff. And then the feedback video. Okay. Hi, Ronnie. Season 15 feedback is for the time travelers. Or maybe we're gonna start with the feedback. Why not, actually? It's both powers V2. We'll see. I do have to say, this Royal Marina color with the weapon and this armor set, it looks very cool, actually. We'll be waiting a while for Season 15 feedback video. Oh, Season 15 is like 6 weeks away, or 7. 7 weeks, I guess. So we could just play like the first like 2 hours of the season and then make our feedback video. So, not that bad. We have a build guide for the Paladin. I made one for Shade of Retribution. Not for the Auradin yet though, but we'll make that later. Let's start with this. Okay. Alright, mythics and uniques. Let's balance. Wish list. Okay, what else? Let's say economy. Maybe we can do that later. Okay. Progression. What else do we want to talk about? Quality of life. Yeah. I guess. I guess you can talk about the wall plans. How can I turn off the auto corrects? Okay, got it. The Judgment Cosmetic for Paladin coming back. I mean, it was last season, right? I think they did bring back the first round of WoW cosmetics at some point, so maybe you can get those as well at some point. Okay, something like that. Buff Barb. Yeah, okay. It's 1.17, I think. Oh. Do we do like a cube? Let's do a cube topic, maybe. Actually, I don't even want... I will drop more. I mean, all of this kind of plays into a quality of life stuff, to be honest. You know, that's mostly like you have to pick up all the fucking, like, even rare charms and stuff. It's just like so annoying. What else? Increase the cap for crafting gems. Yeah, this is relatively minor. I mean, how often do you actually convert? I think one thing they could do though is like the gem conversion is scuffed, I think, in general. Like, you don't really want to convert gems at a loss. Especially if you want to make alts and stuff. The repeat craft button in a cube. Cube on console is tedious. Don't you have a keybind on the cube? Like on PC there's a keybind. Let's put this in here, maybe. Graphene gems still cost for souls, makes no sense to add a gem fragment loss in there. Yeah. I mean, I would rather prefer that we target exactly the color that you want to farm for the gems than, okay, just let me convert them at no loss all the time, then, you know, what's even the point? You know, why would I ever choose, you know, the right color when I go into an escalation instead of just any gem, right? Like, you know, on the Paladin, I could be farming, like, willpower gems, like Sapphires or some shit. You know, I don't have cold damage, I can't use willpower, I don't get anything from that. But I would still be like, hey, yeah, there's a Sapphire escalation, let's go. You know, I don't wanna be that happy about a Sapphire escalation, right? I wanna be happy about the Ruby. So I think there should just be no conversion. And I rather wanna have the ability to go for the Ruby a bit more often, for example. Yo, Frozen, thank you. Still have work to do. Yeah, there's a lot of work to do, to be honest. Just have jump ranks as a general job and you can craft any type you want. I'm not sure if I like that. Honestly, I would actually prefer more if gem fragments didn't drop in, would just go back to actual gems dropping, you know? Like, you know, just picking up like a grand gem here and there feels pretty good. I think I would prefer that actually, instead of the fragments. Just make like the freeway transfer gems into others in a cube. Yeah, I think that's a pretty stupid system. I think if anything, they should add more reasons to have gems of colors you don't want. You know, like in D2, for example, you can use your perfect gems of any color and then you can make crafts with that and so on. So I think that would be kind of interesting. They just start working on the stash space system. Yeah, I mean, the stash update is coming for sure. I don't think, not even gonna write that down. No point. Dash must be totally fine now. Blizzard is reading this feedback. I was gonna write it down just because. Stash. I think that's all I need to say. He just gave up. Actually... all plans account wide. Let's do this. We're going to start a season today. Fresh what class build would you play to easy clap all the content? Dance of Nice Rogue. Yeah, this is definitely something. This fill I just going to the stash is insane. Where's the... Moxley, thanks man. Appreciate you coming to Twitch for the sub. DPS meter on dummy. Less animation poppers and stat rerolls. Yeah, for sure. Better crafting, flow, UI in general. It should take all the materials, not just gold. It does that, technically. It's just that cube mats, I guess I also consider mats, but they're not real mats, right? They're items. They're not, you know, an intangible number going up somewhere in your interface. Ghost blacksmith spawn with chest after killing levels. How about no, actually? Yeah, true. The Whisper cache the Whisper cap is definitely something. Why do I want less loot? Because it sucks that every boss kill drops like 15 items and I can do 2 bosses and TP back to town. Who the hell wants that? In Lootflow, they want to use both Recolor and Hide on a roll, not choose one. How does that make sense? Where's the more inventory space request? I already asked for less loot and less, you know, need for salvage. So that will kind of solve it. We don't want less loot in a looting game. Well, you can enjoy your 20 items per kill, but I don't enjoy that, to be honest. Especially when I have to do this 2,000 times in a row. I love picking up currency, bring back clicking on gold. Well, back in original D2, you had to click on gold. In D2R, they made it so you can walk over it and it auto-picks it. Yeah, I guess Hordes needs a bit of like a rework in general. Sell all button. Actually, what about this here? Salvage charm, salvage seals. There's also like this weird, like Optosite is just like infinite. You never even have to worry about it in the moment. Like it just keeps going up. I never run out of Optosite. I never have too little Optosite. Even on like day 1 of the season, I cannot run out of it. Kind of strange. I think they need to fix Optosite. I don't think... Do Mythic Fangs actually still exist? I haven't seen one since like season 11, I think. We'll probably go here. Bye.
Bye, Jack.
We need a way to farm volatile dust. Well, they just like giga nerfed it from season 13 to 14 so that we don't have to, you know, slam 3,000 random shit items until we get modifiable. What about transfigure rework? Delete the RNG? Dude, the RNG is that's the whole thing, you know. that is the whole purpose. The RNG, you know. You got the Paragon 300 like 2 days ago. You got the Paragon 298 or so by just playing normal and not specifically farming Hellbones, like I said. Okay, and how many hours did I take? Shaft. On less materials, so it takes longer to upgrade and power our class. I don't necessarily want to make the progression take longer, but I want the game to feel better. So this is the feedback I'm giving. Right now there's a lot of stuff really out of whack. Would you want an Ancestral Azarath charm with +4 core skills for a build? Yeah, plenty of builds around Azarath for pushing. Make a limit of 1 Transfigure per item, no need 2 to 4 Transfigures. I think that's actually really cool. But my expertise is totally bugged on most skills. Yeah. That's really minor at least. I think they have bigger things to fix. Yeah, I heard about Kavinsky. I played like 5 songs on the stream launch. As a little tribute. Make journey separate between lakes so we can do full fresh stars. Yeah, this is probably hard to solve and relatively minor. I'm not gonna write that down. Yeah, T-Dog. But I do it from Greater Nemesis there. Nah, it's fine. I think Greater Nemesis are really good. Okay, did I forget something? Oh. Yeah, I guess. Like that, maybe. Remove cooldown from evade. Oh boy. Wait, does the Entopic Prison actually not give indestructible? That would be a surprise. Yeah, true, the seals. Maximum aspect check in the loot filter. That's already a thing. I guess not exactly, right? So there's a cube upgrade filter, and I guess what you want is just maximum aspect so that you can try to sell it to people. But I'm not sure if you can realistically ask for that. Entropic avoids indestructible. Interesting. Yeah, I think this is too minor. Especially if they do this other thing. Like this. Then, you know, people would just like farm their own aspects more anyway. It's just that right now it's like so tedious to actually get a max roll aspect because you just have to like throw in like 1,000 random yellows. So people don't really do that. But if there's like a bit more of a deterministic path, then I think this whole like trading for aspects is gonna be relatively minor anyway. Is there a bug with Volatile Dust? There's no bug, they just nerfed it from season 13 to 14. Because last season, you know, we had like thousands of it and we were just like infinitely slamming, right? And Topic is guaranteed upgrade even with just one quality. Maybe I should use the Entropic a bit more. Single target skills should have more benefits in the way in-game. Yeah. Yo, Symphony. They removed aspects in dungeons, but there's still storage menu and aspect library for dungeon drops. Actually, wait, where is that? This? Tempering recipes. I guess tempering is something you can talk about, actually. Need something stronger than mythic items. Yeah, for sure. We definitely need that. Primal mythic, let's go. Fun fact, mythics are primals, actually. Here, farming to 12, I don't have a single mythic unique, how the fuck? Well, that's because you forgot to farm the new boss that drops a mythic like every 2 kills. Just do that. They can get like 20 mythics an hour or something. Maybe more. Give us deterministic crafting. Boy, do I have good news for you, actually. Yeah, I did talk about XP. You get more mythic drops than volatile dust. Yeah. Okay, anything else? Any tips on farming volatile dust? I don't have a tip for that. I don't know about any way to get them a lot. How many mythics have I found? Like 25 maybe this season. A Blizzard working on loot filter import for console. I hope so, but I guess we should at least write that down. For now, we do have a step-by-step for our Maxwell filters, though, on the Maxwell loot filter guide. You can check that to recreate it on console, if you're playing on console. PDR announce it next week, maybe? Maybe. I don't have a guide for the Auradin yet. Rerolling seals instead of 3 to 1 would be nice, but that might ruin more than it helps. Yeah, to be honest, I'm generally not such a fan of the 3 to 1. It just like, you know, adds a lot more like stash pressure, right? You have to like imagine you have like multiple items you're working on and you're trying to upgrade them and so on, and then you have to have like, you know, 2 copies of this item, 2 copies of that item, 2 copies of this item. You know, you have like half a stash just of random trash copies of items that you have to keep, and then you have to remember, oh, now I find another one, now I can roll it. You know, like, I don't really like this 3 to 1 stuff very much, I must say. Hello, Annie. Can you wish for barb skins to have pants? Every new skin comes with no pants. But they need to like ventilate, you know? Somehow. You like 3 to 1 because you feel like you're making progress when dropping an unusable item. Yeah, maybe it would be okay if like we generally just get less loot. But you know, like if you want to farm like a boss, let's say, you know, in a world where we don't just make Mythic in every slot, you know, we farm Harbinger and it drops Temerity and I want a Temerity. And then I have to like kill that boss like 50 times. I pick up like 20 Temerities, I throw them all into the stash, and then I like combine them 3 to 1. Like, I don't know, man. I don't really like doing that, to be honest. It's kind of weird. Hi, Sophia. Yeah, I think we kind of covered most of it. Maybe there's like some other stuff I will just remember in the moment. Can I make everything larger? Okay. Right. How do I share? Okay. The worst is throwing 3 times Ancestor Unique and it's coming back as 850. That's not possible, I think. It's always an Ancestral again. You must have mixed it. Can I show you some gameplay of this build? Okay, but you have to look very closely and don't blink, alright? Okay, that was the gameplay. I should stop referring to iconic mythics separately from unique mythics. Yeah, my suggestion was to just delete the regular unique mythics again. Like, I think the system is just like not good. There's like way too many problems with this. What's the move speed? I don't know exactly. I think something like 240. Did I figure out a static build for Palo yet? I do have a plan for a static build. I might try it maybe in the next 1 or 2 days. Maybe I'll do it today actually. But I wanted to make the guide and stuff first. I'm not really sure if that's gonna be good, but yeah, there is like this aspect here. So basically, you can self-damage with Ready. You can just drain your life with this. And then you can do the Bruiser aspect. And the Bruiser aspect is 244 thorns per 1% missing life. So at 1% life, you get like 24,000 thorns. Which is roughly doubling your thorns. And it's on a defensive slot. So you give up the amulet, and then you put this instead. And then basically it comes down to what else are you losing or what else are you getting from like stats, right? You go for 0 life, you get more stuff on your paragons, and you get like a few more affixes all across all of your gear. And then you can do something with this, so that's the idea I have for a static build. But it doesn't seem like it's necessarily going to be much stronger, but it might be tankier. I'm not really sure. And the good thing is that as you hold down rally to drop your life low, you also gain resources back from that. So it kind of just like sustains the whole static resource loop. So you can go around with like 400 life and you have like, 1 life regen roll somewhere or something. Like, 100 life per second. And you just like instantly spend that with rally all the time. But then that also fills up your resources as you take damage. If you want a mythic carved and aimless, you have to farm the Butcher or any boss. You farm Superior Lairkeys from the Season Rep caches. For example, from Ruptures in Helltide or from Ruptures in Empire Dungeons. And then you farm the new boss, Symphony. And then you get Pandemonium Fragments, and then you craft it in the cube. Alright. Okay, I hate this. Well, you're not alone. Do you want an Azure Charm with +4 core skills for a build? There might be some builds that actually use Azure Charm, but you have to go check. You have to check the push variants basically. So you know most builds, like especially the stronger ones, have like a push variant or something. So you can kind of check here, like this. And some builds might want like an Azure Raft there. That's like a push thing. You don't need to use that in normal gameplay. Okay. Well, I need to try to keep this as concise as possible, but I tend to yap a little bit, guys. So let's do this. Okay. Oh yeah, actually one thing I would like to see is like where's that wish list? Roguelike mega dungeon. So we'll see. Actually, also another thing we could do is more leaderboards. Stuff like that. The hair. Better? Okay. Anyway, let's go. Hi everyone, it's that time of the season. I'm making my feedback video. I have just gathered a bunch of points here that just cover pretty much everything in the game. So I have the big topics like uniques, war plans, progression, and so on that I want to talk through just from my impressions of playing this season. I have played up to Paragon 300 in Hardcore Soul Self-Found and then 260 in regular Hardcore. I've played 4 or 5 classes with a bunch of builds. I think in total like maybe 30 or 40 builds or something like that at this point. So I think I have seen quite a lot to make this video and give some suggestions. Now, one thing I want to say straight up is I do talk about nerfing stuff a lot in this video, but that also comes with the thought of, you know, just making the game more fun and more enjoyable, and not necessarily in the sense that I want, you know, us to be much weaker or progression to be much slower. So that always comes with, you know, other changes that I propose at the same time that will just, you know, sort of improve the quality of life of the game, and you can compensate in other ways. So I see that, you know, as comments in my Twitch chat, for example, when I talk about some of those nerfs, but I don't necessarily want to make us weaker. Now, anyway, let's jump in and start with the biggest topic, I guess, mythics and uniques. So I think overall it has been shown that most people don't really seem to like the new mythic system, myself included. Like these like purples in every slot is it's kind of like a scuffed system. It's basically a recreation of Diablo 3's primals, which I thought were already a massive fail to begin with. And for some reason, they decided to bring them into Diablo 4. I think there's numerous problems with this. Most importantly, that, you know, regular unique drops are just kind of worthless, and they feel like they're just like a temporary item until you eventually get the higher version. We have stuff like some of these items have mythic upgrades that don't actually make the item better, versus others that make your character massively better, so they don't really have like equal impact. And overall, I think it just doesn't feel as fun to farm mythics. There's a lot of items that don't deserve that mythic status, you know, like a Mother's Embrace or X-Files Ring or Rakanos Wake. No one wants these items, you know, they are just like random trash uniques. And on one hand, they could be updated to be better, but on the other hand, I think it's also good to have sort of like, you know, trash or like early game uniques, and you have like more late game uniques, for example, stuff that kind of comes online later, that is harder to get, that makes you chase something. And we don't really have that because the mythics are just like all over the place, they drop randomly, you have very little control of it. So overall, I just don't really like this system, I must say. And I think this could be a lot better. I think first things first, they should probably just delete the mythic quality for regular uniques again, and just kind of keep the old iconic mythics around, you know, make like this like handcrafted like selection of really cool items that are really powerful. And you could make them even more OP than they were like before the nerf, you know, like a perdition with 80% on the helm, for example, is fine if not every build can go for it because there is a limitation. For example, if you only allow one iconic item in your entire build, maybe you have to choose between the Perdition or the Stalic or the Teriels or the Starless. And if all of them are like insanely OP, then you actually have some sort of build choices to make. And I think that is something that was missing in the past. Now it's just like, okay, go for mythics everywhere, and it just doesn't really feel good to farm them in my book. They made it much easier to farm them later in Season 14 with some of the patches. You know, it was raining mythics. You know, you can spend like a few hours farming some keys and the new boss, and then you have like purple in every slot basically. But it's not really exciting, and it just kind of takes away a lot of the loot chase that we otherwise had. I would also like to see us going back to fixed affixes on uniques. To be honest, I think it was an interesting experiment in Season 13 with the random affixes, and then in Season 14 they gave us the like 2 fixed affixes, and you can also enchant one, but it doesn't really feel as good as it used to be, I think. I think uniques being like handcrafted with interesting stats would be way more interesting, especially because it allows the devs to also make very strange items, you know, like some stats that are otherwise not possible, combinations of stats that are not possible. You can put like really high values of certain things on items, all this kind of stuff that, you know, we can't otherwise get. Or at the very least, you can also force players to have stats that would otherwise not choose. Like one of my favorite examples is, for example, the very, very old Gore's Devastating Grasp on Whirlwind Barb that used to have attack speed. And I love that because it forces you to use a stat you would not otherwise put on that item, because it didn't actually do anything back in the day. Now actually attack speed works for Whirlwind, but that is aside the point. Back then it didn't work, but it still made the gameplay better. It made it more fun, you know, you leap faster, you charge faster. This sort of stuff is something that, you know, no one would voluntarily put on their gear, but it makes it feel better. And I would like to see more of that again, and this is why I would like to see more fixed items, or like more fixed stats. And maybe this one enchant is still okay. If you really want to choose to like remove one of these things and put something else there, then you have the enchanter for that. I think that is okay. But overall, I would like to get more of this feeling of take it or leave it when it comes to uniques, and not this, okay, a unique is basically just, you know, like the reverse of a legendary, right? Like in a legendary, you first make the stats on the items and then you put the aspect. For a unique right now, it's just, okay, it has the aspect predefined, and then you have to wait for the random stats to drop correctly. But in the end, it's just the same thing with a higher number, and it's just kind of boring. So I would like to see more interesting effects and more interesting stats on this. And also, kind of going with that whole thing, the jeweler mythic crafts, I think are just like pretty worthless these days. Okay, there will be Season 15 and onwards where we don't have like, you know, infinite mythics from the Pandemonium fragments anymore. Right now it's extremely easy to get purples in every slot because you just found a new boss for this. This is a seasonal feature, it will go away. And then we are left with just the jeweler. But this jeweler system is also pretty cooked, I think, because, you know, in some slots you have a lot of different items. And even though I have 400 sparks, I have nowhere near the runes to actually craft anything here. And you can only really maybe do like a few crafts of this and hope for the best. And in some cases you just get screwed because there's so many options. So I don't like this at all, to be honest. I think the blacksmith crafting for sparks is okay because, you know, sparks could be maybe more rare again, and then this would actually make a bit of sense. But this whole like jeweler stuff is not good. What I would rather like to see is actually more like a D2 style rune road system where we have dedicated recipes for dedicated items. So, you know, there are like, you know, not necessarily these like, you know, item bases with like 6 sockets and then you like, you know, insert them one by one. That would be kind of cool, but maybe it goes a bit out of the scope of what is possible right now in D4. Maybe with like a bigger update to the itemization system. But I don't think that we really have to like recreate the steps of like putting each individual rune until like the whole thing, you know, like creates a new item. But we could just make more recipes. You know, we already have something like that with these rune recipes, and there could be like another like range of unique recipes that require very specific runes, and they could also cost different runes, right? There could be one recipe with only 2 runes, and they're both blue runes. And then it could be another recipe that is like 5 different legendary runes. And then it could be another one with like a mix of them or something, right? Depending on how good is the item, how rare the item is supposed to be. You know, one good example would be Tibbot's Will, extremely powerful item. That could be like one of the more costly ones. And then you have other stuff that is, you know, kind of just like a starter item, right? And you could recreate this Diablo 2 style rune world feeling and also leave out other items that I think right now are like kind of too accessible and actually make them kind of rare, right? Right now we don't actually have the option to even have rare items in this game because we have craft unique in the cube, and any item that is not currently a boss drop can be easily created with this anyway. So this can just be deleted, for example, and then a hand-selected collection of uniques can be these new rune words, for example. So I think there's a lot of potential for something like that, and that could make this whole mythic and unique item system a lot more interesting. But these are just some ideas I'm like tossing out here. I'm not sure if that could make it into next season. It's probably a bit late for that. But in terms of like long term, like what I'd like the system to be, I think this could be a lot more interesting. Now let's talk about class balance. I think rogues are where every class should be. Rogues are just perfect right now. They have like 20 different builds that all work, that do all the content, that have pretty similar performance. So it's really cool to see what has been done with the rogue. There's a few things missing, you know, shadow imbuement and stuff like that. But for the most part, just everything works on the rogue, even like memes like smoke grenade or something. So that is amazing. And I would like to see a lot more like that. I think number one is fixing a lot of the skill trees on all the classes. I guess Spiritborn is like the biggest offender. Half the skill tree is just like dysfunctional, for example. We have stuff like Sorks that have like 1.5 builds for the last 3 years every season. So that needs like a general like patch up basically. And then there's other classes that have like a few good builds and then like a few like other archetypes that are just kind of bad. Most of the time it comes down to some sort of like package of effects that you stack together and then you kind of like just swap out your core skill or so. I guess druids are a pretty good example here. You know, we have like Grizzly Rage and resolve stacking and this sort of stuff, or like, you know, the whole like storm set combo that a lot of the good druid builds use right now, because that one is just like so much better than all the other sets. And the rest that can't use that is just way behind. So we need better balancing across the board for all the classes. And I think Rogue is sort of the power level where everything should land, you know, across the board, basically. Rogue is just like this sort of like A tier with every single build. And that's really cool to see. And I think that this is where things should land. Talking about sets here, we also have the issue that, you know, this was like a major, a lot of hatred update and feature, but like half the, like basically half the sets across all the classes are, you know, either buggy and not even doing what they say, or their design is just completely, you know, bananas, right? I guess Paladin is a very good example here. Paladin used to be very good and fun before the expansion, and then it kind of just fell off really hard, which was also in, you know, partly just to like the balancing of the class, because it was already out early, basically. So Paladin is like sort of more balanced than the rest, which are all new. But more importantly, like half the sets on a Paladin are just like absolutely terrible to play with, right? So technically, this thing works as intended, but the intention is just bad. Like this Righteous Will set is absolutely horrific. For example, talking about the 5-sit bonus that only activates when you fight an unstoppable enemy. So you have to first crowd control an enemy for 5 seconds to make them unstoppable, and then you get a buff for 10 seconds. Like this is completely unplayable, basically, in terms of like any sort of consistent damage output. Like this 5-set bonus, you know, you cut a 0 and you make that a 2-set bonus, and I would say, maybe, yeah, and then you make like a more consistent 5-set. But a design like this just doesn't function in this game. And this is just one example. We have others. We have like the reverse effect on the Judgment build, for example, where, okay, you easily stack this up to 40 stacks with your Judgments when you have like a pack of 10 monsters, you know, boom, and it takes like 3 seconds. But then you fight a boss and you have to get 40 stacks on a boss. You know, it takes like 2 minutes to stack this. You know, this is unplayable, right? So again, like these sort of conditional like damage effects are problematic. And this needs to be smoothed out and streamlined. Even if the set is functioning correctly, this is just terrible design. And then we have other stuff where it's just buggy, it doesn't really work, like the Aura set here, for example. And this is just the Paladin, right? And we have similar stuff on the other classes. We have the fire set on the Sorc that is just turning off randomly, and all these examples. I don't have to list them all now. But I think it's a very big focus right now to try to fix all the stuff, fix bugs in general. This is actually some feedback I gave already in season 13, where I said, okay, don't really make new stuff right now. Don't introduce some big, new items or, whatever, right? The mythic system, for example. Like, I would just rather see some consolidation, fixing everything, balancing everything. That alone can already give us so much more than a season update could ever do, because we have a lot of options, and you have these new skill trees, and there's lots of really cool stuff in them that we could be trying, but most people just don't, because it's either completely terrible or not even working correctly, or the set behind it is, terrible design or something like that. So, we kind of just play the same builds again in season 14 that we have been playing in season 13 already, and this is in large parts due to the lack of actually fixing stuff. So I think this should be like a very high priority here. Another thing in terms of class balance is there are some builds that are just like evergreens. So, one example is Whirlwind Barb, Dance on Ice Rogues. People love their spin to win, but there's also other like comfy builds. People love their minion necros, for example, right? It's like one of these big archetypes, or, other stuff like that. There needs to be like some sort of fun, smooth build, like this like classic basically for a class, like a few of the classics basically that I think there should be special attention paid to those every single season. And every time there needs to be like the class dev kind of like looking at the patch, looking at, what the patch brings that might not really be like a specific build change or something. But for example, the Mythic update that we got, it did affect certain builds more than others, because some builds have more, mythics they can now put into the build, and that changes the balance across the board and so on. But I think it's important that these sort of evergreen builds are always good. There should never be a season where Whirlwind Barb is bad. Whirlwind Barb is too OP right now. It shouldn't be as OP as it is now, but it should always be good. And the same goes for these other builds across all the classes. There needs to be like these sort of, good, like, fan favorite builds that are always good, and there should always be like some extra attention paid to that. And another thing in terms of a class balance and like build crafting, I think, is unique charms. Unique charms just kind of like are all over the place, right? We have a lot of like really weird stuff to put in unique charms, and I think there could be more interesting items. Most of the time you just put like the biggest multipliers, and this is kind of how the system is played. And I like, for example, the stuff like the Golden Epiphany Seal, and I think we could go even further here with, for example, a third Mythic Seal that allows us to only have unique charms, for example, but no set at all, or something like that, right? So there could be a really cool potential for the system, and I would like to see also more interesting charm options. I feel like most of these sort of like utility items and like defensive items are not really played, because it's mostly about stacking damage, and it would be cool to see like other items here, or maybe even charms that are only charms and not even an item itself. That could also be something. I think that there's a lot of really cool stuff that we could do here. And maybe while we're on the topic of this, charms system, I'm kind of unhappy with like how the stats work on these charms. In particular, that we have, I don't know, at least an entire stash tab dedicated to just like keeping all these like different charms around in case I want to swap my build. And then sometimes we have the same set with different stats on each of the 5 pieces that we have to keep around, because the set supports multiple builds, and I want to maybe try out something else. I think across the board this is way too much stash clutter, and I would actually like to see either a change to what is like the best possible outcome on these charms. So for example, we have a +4 to zealot skills here, but why couldn't this be a +4 to all skills, as like a sort of a jackpot outcome that just like prevents us from actually keeping like 4 different copies of a single piece of a single set, right? So that would be kind of cool. Or maybe just delete the stats altogether. I wouldn't really mind if this whole like charm system becomes something like the old like seasonal powers, like the vampiric powers, like with just a new eye, right? We have like here our sets, and we can like slot them in. and here, you know, we just find the charm once and we have it basically, right? It could be a lot more rare. We don't have to do all this like salvaging and so on. I think overall the whole like gameplay loop behind finding the right charms, crafting the right charms, and you know, like the salvage and all that, I think it's like taking way too much time. It's like way too annoying. You know, I have to pick up like all of the like rare charms and salvage them. I have to pick up every single seal and vendor it. I don't really like doing that, I must say. And I really wouldn't mind if, you know, basically this entire stash tab would just be freed up, you know, completely by, you know, either making us not, you know, care about all these different effects on them, or just like delete the stats altogether. I don't really see why we need to have stats on these things in the first place. I would be happy with just like a UI only system basically, but that is maybe something for a bit more long term. Now let's talk about wall plans. I think wall plans definitely has some work to do. In particular, I guess the biggest problem here is the alt catch-up or account shared system is missing. So a lot of people are unhappy. They don't want to make a reroll because they start fresh from 0. Personally, I don't really mind too much because, you know, I think it's fine to just have like a few of the more important nodes and then you kind of just leave out the rest. But this is also speaking from the perspective of someone, you know, I usually play a lot and I have not really such a need to go back to like filling out everything and farming all the systems again and so on. I think it would be nice if there was a way to at least speed up the progression on alts, maybe to get like a massive bonus up until the same point that your main character has, or something like that, or maybe all of the characters contribute to the same levels. There could be various solutions to this. I think something needs to happen. It needs to happen soon. So ideally in season 15. I think full account shared might be a bit problematic because you might want to have different trees on different characters. Or at the very least, we should be able to like spec into different points on all of our outs or so. And then with that also comes like the process of running those wall plans. I think it could be way more fun than it is right now. We have like a lot of RNG here. We reroll it 3 times and you end up with like 2 mandatory infernal hordes that you don't want to do. So something like a favorite and ban system would be kind of cool. Maybe you can at certain ranks unlock this system. Like for example, rank 5 gives you the ability to just ban one like content type completely, so it never shows up. And then, you know, maybe at rank 3 and rank 8, you get like a favorite where you have like double the chance for your favorited content type to show up. So you kind of like pick the top 2, you delete the bottom one, and then there's a little bit of RNG of what you get, but it should already make it way more consistent to actually farm the stuff that you want, to rank up the trees that you want to rank up. And, you know, I think that would just be better for everyone, basically. And if people like the variety, they can just choose not to do that as well. Then we have party play. I've tried that a little bit actually this season, and I think the system is pretty terrible. So the whole like you have to spend the 2 marks, and then everyone needs to have them, and then it gives everyone like the same wall plan, but you don't actually see what your other teammates pick, and you have to like coordinate this in chat or something. Like it's pretty scuffed, and that needs to be, I don't know, smoother. It needs to be just like the party leader does the thing and he just chooses what he thinks is best or something. Like this whole, like everyone has to click on the same stuff is completely terrible, I think. So this is just no quality of life at all. I think also mythic rewards could at the very least see a buff or appear more often. And more importantly, also need to be way more obvious that you have a mythic reward. Like sometimes you just kind of like roll through this thing a few times. And, you know, you look at, okay, I don't really like this path. And then you might not actually look at the color, or it's actually very hard to see. Like for me personally, I find it hard to see if this is a mythic or a blue reward. And, you know, it doesn't really stand out enough unless you look very closely. So it needs to be like some huge animation or some flash or whatever, you know, mythic reward, you know, and then it needs to be worth it as well. The only one that is worth a damn at all is the gem reward, which personally I have never seen after, I don't know, like 1,000 hours now or something. So I've completely given up on ever seeing that. And all of the other mythic rewards are just trash anyway. So I think this could see some improvements. More choices, I think would be kind of nice as well. Maybe like, you know, make this wider or give us like, you know, more paths or something like that. Also, I would like to see maybe at some rank always an extra reward on every node or something like that. Or for example, maybe also similar to this favorite and ban system, you could get something like you know, maybe a target farm for a reward here, right? If I really want to get salvage mats, then maybe I can like favorite that in some way, or like the same with the cube mats, or, you know, I really want rings, or, you know, whatever, right? And then giving like more options to go for those things, maybe through the wall plant system, and also like the trees themselves. So here, I was kind of expecting that in the season 14 update, or like in the future season updates, you would get an expansion to these trees, right? Like maybe an extra branch here, or maybe like at least an extra node here that I can choose. And same thing here in like all of the different trees. I think they were like a pretty good start, but it has kind of been shining through that either some of the choices are really underpowered and people don't really do them because they're just not really valuable, or, you know, they don't really offer anything exciting or something like that. So I would like to see more nodes, more branches, more stuff added here season by season, you know, some balancing. I was kind of surprised to see that there was not really any balancing done on some of the stuff. And also seasonal integration, for example. Like, why don't we have like a wall plants tree for the seasonal content, right? There could be like a way to like modify the ruptures in some way and the reward they get, or maybe the boss as well that we have. I think this was a pretty good opportunity to like try something like this already in season 14, and it hasn't been done. So I would like to see something like that in the future, and maybe even, you know, more stuff, right? This wall plants tree system is pretty cool. It's a pretty good start, but, you know, it needs to grow. There needs to be more stuff. There could be like a tower tree, for example, as well, to make that more interesting, for example. I think there's tons of potential here to add more to the system. Now let's talk about economy and progression. So this is mostly kind of like, you know, how long it takes to level up and get to higher torments and so on. So I think first things first is the first torments are kind of just passing by way too fast. It's, you know, extremely easy to go from, you know, fresh level 70, torment 1 to like torment 5 or something. But then like in the later torments, you know, like torment 10, torment 11, torment 12, you have like sort of like this massive roadblock at some builds that are like, especially on the weaker side. Like I played a lot of Sork this season. I played like 20 different builds on a Sork. And at least half of them, I could not even get into torment 12 to like somewhat comfortably farm that. So I think there's like too much of like a brick wall for some builds, which is partially due to the Sork just being very undertuned, but, you know, also just the fact that at some point the progression does slow down. You have all of your important aspects and uniques and paragon nodes and all that kind of like the big multipliers. And then the upgrades get very incremental. And the jump from each torment level is a times 4.8. It's almost a times 5 multi from each torment. I think that is too much. And on the other hand, in the first torments, it's a way smaller jump. You know, it's like a times 2 or so, roughly. And I think it should just be like a roughly times 2, maybe to times 3 across every single torment from torment 1 to torment 12. So it's just to kind of like, you know, give you a little bit of like, you know, you're testing the waters, right? You go into the next torment and then you see, yeah, it might be a bit slow, but I can kind of do it. Right now, it's like, okay, you have to like really overkill the previous torment to then have a chance to go into the next torment and then, you know, somewhat farm that. And I think this is like too much of a gap between each of the torments. And I would like to see this kind of like shrunk down a little bit and also, you know, simplified. Okay, 10 tiers, 1 torment, it goes all the way to pit 120 for torment 12. And then just like smaller gaps between the torments so that the overall scaling is a bit lower at the high end. And you also have a bit more of like a reason to kind of keep trying. And, you know, like, okay, if something is like 2 times harder and not 5 times harder, then, you know, you can kind of like, you know, struggle your way through until you get a bit stronger and so on. But like a times 5 is such a brick wall where you just get demotivated at some point. You know, you don't really have like a realistic way at some point to really upgrade your character that much anymore. And I think this is kind of putting off a lot of people and also like kind of taking out the fun a little bit of like trying to progress your character after a certain point, especially on a non-meta build. Besides that, yeah, a little bit more on the actual like material income and stuff. I think the raisin drops and the rerolling charms, I did talk about the charms a little bit already of, you know, maybe potentially removing stats altogether so we don't even have raisin or something like that. But at the very least, I would like to see more raisin drops, resin, sorry, and like just way less salvage of charms and seals, and also like selling seals. I think all of that is extremely annoying, kind of takes out of the gameplay loop. And, you know, like after every few runs, I have like this entire inventory full. I have like 5 seals. I have to check them all manually to see if they have 6 slots. You know, I think all of that is just way too tedious. And then also like the whole process of rolling your charms here when you have gathered that resin is also extremely annoying. It takes a long time. I calculated that out of my total playtime this entire season, I spent around 2% of it just rolling charms. Not even the establishing part and picking them up and all that, just rolling the charms. And I can judge really fast if this is a charm I want to keep, right? It takes me like 2 seconds to roll one charm and check it and go again and again and again and again. But you do this like thousands of times, and it actually adds up to a lot of time. I've spent literally probably like 4, 5, 6 hours literally just rolling charms this season. That is way too many hours for this system, I think. And I think that is, yeah, in large parts due to just, you know, too much salvage and too much like, you know, bothersome like inventory management and so on. So I think that should be addressed. Kind of similar with salvage of non-necessary uniques. I think non-necessary uniques are too important to not pick up and salvage unless you play really a lot and you get enough from just the ancestral uniques, but they are too good to leave on the ground. This means we can't really filter them out. We pick up a lot of stuff after every boss and so on. I think that the main culprit here is the souls cost of gem crafting. So maybe if we didn't need 70,000 Forgotten Souls to craft a few flawless Auradin gems, then this wouldn't be such a problem. But overall, I would like to see a nerf to the non-ancestral salvage, and maybe you know, like a compensation like this. Yeah, same thing with the seals and charms that I just talked about. We have to vendor them, and I really don't like doing that. I would like to just like, you know, check if it is the right one, and then just like, you know, have everything salvaged, and you know, not really the need to go to the other vendor here and then like sell my seals one by one. You know, there's not really a need for this. I would rather just see a buff to gold income in some ways, and a nerf to the sell value of the stuff. Just to kind of overall improve the quality of life of grinding and, you know, like picking up useless random stuff that I don't care about, really. I did talk about the charms a little bit. So here's the gem conversion. I think that is also not really a great system. Going to the jeweler and converting it. I was under the impression when the change was made in Season 14 that you would just kind of like convert at 0 loss, but you still lose a third of your gem fragments. So you get 200, but it costs 300. And also, most of the time, you don't really want to do that because, for example, they convert into each other. So, for example, here, I want to craft topaz that costs ruby. I want to craft ruby that costs topaz. So, you know, they convert back and forth into each other, but at a loss as well. So if I ever need the other color, I can't really do this. And I also get disincentivized from making alts, from making other builds that need other gems and so on. I think this whole conversion here is just kind of bad. I wouldn't mind if this is entirely scrapped and instead we get a better target farm, you know, allow us to maybe craft the sigils for escalation dungeons to actually have the right color or something like that, or give us some other ways to like target the right like fragments or the right gems to farm, and not just make it like all like really random all the time. And that would probably be a better system. So yeah, just kind of as an idea. I think also opposite farming right now is not in a good spot. It's just like, who cares, right? Like, has anyone ever cared about Opticite since the expansion? You just have infinite Opticite. You know, we have all these like Kuras tributes, and you have infernal hordes that have like no purpose at all. Strong rooms in Nightmare Dungeons. So Opticite is just way too plentiful right now. I would like to see like some change there. Also XP strats. I think we have definitely seen that XP is kind of like really whack right now. Basically, all of the XP income is in XP globes. So in particular, Hellworms in the Helltide. I was doing this like, you know, rush to Paragon 300 in 3 days, which is insanely fast. And funny enough, nothing changed from Season 13 to Season 14. It's just we had a better strategy. But if you don't do that, then it can take you literally 20 times longer. So I did that in like 50 hours, but you can easily play like 500 hours and not be Paragon 300. So I think that's a bit of a problem. It's fine that there is a way to like target XP a little bit, but it shouldn't be like 20 times better. It should be maybe 2 times better than just playing the game normally. And I would like to see this more of a, you know, function of time and efficiency. So just kind of playing the game and kind of getting XP on the way, but then maybe at some point you decide, okay, I'm gonna like turbo farm the paragons a little bit, I can go do this thing. That is fine. But at least the Hellworm stuff, you know, like the cash turn in and this kind of stuff, it is like way too good, I think. And I'd rather see a reduction in the XP required in the paragons with a nerf to those strats. Also, mythics. I think it's a problem that mythics are exclusively boss drops almost. It would be way more fun to just see a random purple drop here and there in like the random pit, in the Hell Tides. It does happen, but compared to how fast and how easily we can get mythics just from bosses, I guess the biggest offender right now is the Corrupted Reaper with the superior keys. It's pretty easy to get these keys now, and this boss drops a mythic like every other kill or something. I can literally print like 5 mythics per minute or something if I want. That is crazy. And even outside of the Reaper boss, you know, if you go do your greater keys and your normal lair keys, you get mythics pretty regularly, you know, a few mythics per hour just farming a boss or so. But that is also the problem. I don't want to chain like 2,000 boss kills on every single build I play to try to get like a mythics and stuff like that. I think it would be way more fun if mythics were like way more prevalent across the entire game, and you just get them here and there, you know, every few hours or whatever, you know, there's like a random mythic dropping somewhere. So that happens just way too rarely right now. And we farm way too many bosses, you know, which is, you know, either hunting those mythics or just in general, we have way too much reasons to actually go do those bosses. I would like to see fewer keys, better loot from those bosses, and just more stuff elsewhere, basically. And lastly, the seals. I did talk about potentially like removing stats altogether from these, at least from the charms. I think seals, maybe it's fine for these like random stats. I think that's sort of interesting with, you know, trying to get a good roll of a seal and so on. Maybe that could be preserved as like the sort of like itemized part of the system. And maybe just the charms could be, you know, reduced to UI elements only. But either way, I don't like that seals have to be checked one by one every single time to see if it has 6 slots. I'd like this to just be Ancestral Seal has 6 slots. Boom, done, right? That's it. So just let me instantly salvage all of these that I already know don't have the 6 slots, and I don't want to check every single one of them. Now let's talk about Cube. So I think Upgrade to Legendary is like a really bad recipe. I'm not sure how many people actually use this really. I personally kind of don't like doing this. I have 640 of this. I've used hundreds of this on this character. I have thousands of this on SSF. I think we get way too much of this pure dust. It is way too boring to use because effectively you're just trying to pull the you know, RNG lever until you hit like a really good aspect. And this could be way more interesting. I think pure dust drops could be way more rare, or this recipe could be upgraded with a higher cost. Like, for example, adding a spark. That will give us a reason to actually use sparks and farm sparks as well. I think we need way more reasons for that as well. And then this could just say it gives you a maximized aspect, like 100% perfect aspect. And then you can still use a Trinium Prism to try to go for the right category or something. I think making this way more costly, but a way better recipe would be more interesting here, because right now it's just like a boring slot machine, really. So I don't think people really enjoy this. That could be way better. I would also like to see other quality of life improvements here, like swap prisons with a single click. Like, I don't really like, you know, putting in the item here, and you know, then you have you know, like, you know, the prisons here, and you have to like take this out, and then you have to put the other one there. Like, I would like to do this in like one single click, you know, like boom, you know, press the right button, boom, press the other button. That's like stuff like this. Also, just like kind of showing the item at all times would be kind of nice. You know, when it's here, like, I'd have to hover over it and have to see what changed. Like, I'd like to see, for example, the line highlighted of what was adjusted, or what did the transfiguration do. You know, I want to see this, like, you know, popping out a little bit. And I would also like to see just the tooltip all the time, right? Like, why is the UI like this? Why do I have to hover over this? I don't see the item when I'm swapping my prism. I have to like go check again. I think all of this is like way too tedious, and this could be done better. More keybinds would be kind of nice as well. So, you know, maybe we could actually have something like cube recipe 1, cube recipe 2, and, you know, I just press the button like 1, 2, 3, 4, and it actually swaps a recipe that is currently selected instead of this and this and this, right? Stuff like that as well. That kind of just makes this much easier. In terms of transfiguration, yeah, there's a lot of feedback about that. A lot of people hate indestructible and multiple transfigurations and whatever. Personally, I understand that something like indestructible is inevitable, because even if there was no indestructible, we would just be complaining about +3 item quality, right? It's just like the next worst thing that we're gonna be complaining about. So I think it's fine that indestructible is a thing. At the very least, it doesn't make the item worse, so that is fine. You know, I like the Gamba. And I also like the multi-transfiguration. So it's also kind of cool to see like these crazy items, even if they personally I don't really get them. But it's nice to see them, right? It's nice that there is this potential of making something insane. But more importantly, I think that the currently best outcome, which is the multiplier to elemental damage, is very often just, you know, like a disappointment because it's the wrong element. I would like to see that maybe slightly reduced, similar to like diamonds versus individual colors in the weapon or something, and just make that all damage, and it's still like the best outcome by maybe a little margin compared to, you know, other offensive stats or something. But in general, they could also add more cool stuff here. For example, you know, we have all these like tempers that we used to have, size tempers and like duration tempers. I think there could be like more class-specific stuff, for example, that could be part of the system. And maybe that could be fun as well. And then there's also the 3-to-1 recipe. I'm also not a fan of this. I do like what it does in terms of like, you know, helping you to progress on exactly the stuff you want to do. But I think it would maybe be a better choice to just give us, you know, better target farm and delete this recipe, because it's just like too much stash trouble. And, you know, like if you're like progressing like multiple unique items at a time, then you have to keep like, you know, these like trash uniques around until I get a third one, and then I can do the recipe once, and I have to keep that one around again until I get another 2, and so on. So it's too much hassle, I think, and this could be reduced as well. This could help with the stash a little bit, and yeah, just better target farm would help with that. Now we have quality of life. So here, in general, I'd say it would be more interesting to get more loot from monsters, less from caches. I think we get way too many caches, you know, across the board. You have all these like, you know, season red boards here, and then you have like the seasonal journey rewards there. And then we have like the bartering as well, and you know, like we Gamba from the Obol vendor. I think there's a lot of stuff that you just kind of get from like UI elements and like clicking stuff in town. It's not exciting. I think this could be way better with just like upgrading loot across the board basically, and less caches. I think that is kind of boring. I would also like to see stuff like vacuum loot. People like auto loot for prisms. I think a vacuum loot would already solve that. It feels really good in Diablo 3 to like kill a goblin pack, and then you click once and boom, you get like all of the materials in your inventory and stuff like that. I think the click is kind of important as sort of this, yeah, I got it, you know, like the feeling of actually acquiring something. And it has like a bit of a psychological upside, I think. So that is cool, and the vacuum loot is a very good example here that I would like to see. I would also like to see, for example, you know, just general crafting improvements. I did talk about the cube, but this could also be extended to the blacksmith, you know, like, you know, pressing on this reset here and then temper again, and pressing on this reset again, and pressing on this again. It's kind of stupid. Maybe there could also be a way to like get the guaranteed GA for like a cost of 10 scrolls or something like that, right? There could be some ways to actually fix this a little bit. But it's kind of annoying right now. Also, like the bind to account pop-ups, especially in solo Starbound, are a joke. It's crazy that this is in the game. I think this could just be like a setting, maybe, to like just remove that entirely. Like, yes, I'm sure I want to bind this to my account, okay? Like, I don't need to confirm this every single time. Filtered items going to the stash is oof, I gotta say. Yeah, better UI crafting in general. Grim Favor cap, I think, is a pain point for a long time already. Like the fact that we can only have 10 Grim Favors, and you can like only overcap it by maximum 4. It's too little, I think, right? You go into like this Helltide here, and then I have like, you know, 10, 15 Whispers or something right away. Sometimes you have like overlap with an actual like normal Whisper zone, right? If like this Helltide stuff was in this area now, it would also have all these other things. There would be like a 30 Grim Favors I can get in one go, but then I have to like TP back to town every 3 minutes. You know, I summon a Blood Maiden, some guy next to me, you know, spawns the Hellborn, it fills my Grim Favors, I get nothing from the Blood Maiden. I want to uninstall. Like, can we fix that, right? That would be nice. Also, Echoing Hatred. I think a lot of people are complaining that they don't even find Echoing Hatred, but yeah, maybe there could be like a certain way to acquire them, or at least get like maybe 1 Echoing Hatred. So like part of the season journey or whatever, right? There could be like a one-time reward, for example, so that it can stay a pretty rare drop. I think it's fine that it's really rare because honestly, it's not that exciting to do very often, but it could also be just more fun to do if, for example, it started at higher waves a bit more, or maybe some other sort of dynamic element going on there that would make it more interesting to do. Now we have the wish list. If that is not enough wishes already, this is a bit more like long-term stuff and so on, I guess, and like maybe some bigger updates. So we'll see. But yeah, I did talk about this. I want less boss keys. I want less loot per boss. I don't want to pick up like 20 items every single time. And I want instead better loot. You know, I'm fine going to Torment 12 on the boss and just getting like 2 items. If they both have, you know, GAs on them and stuff like that, that is fine. You know, like this is what you care about at that point. We don't need random non-ancestral trash. We don't need random 0 GA items or crappy stats that are randomly rolled. You know, like if you have another unique system with, you know, fixed stats on these items, and then we also have ways to modify them, Mr. Cube, for example. I think we could get way fewer items, and that would just like overall improve the flow of looting and the excitement of going to fight a boss, for example. So I would really like to see stuff like that. Leaderboard rewards. So for example, I didn't get my rank reward. I think that had to do with my crossplay being off while I did the run, even though I had it on while I logged in after the leaderboard rollover. Like, I don't know what that system is supposed to do, but that needs to go. Then I would also like to see like just better reactions to like, you know, the season being on fire, right? Like season 14 launch was a disaster, and we'd had like absolutely no communication for like 2 weeks, and then we got the first patch finally, and that was kind of fixing a few things, and all of that was way too little, way too late, way too slow. I think that really cost a lot of goodwill that Blizzard has been building up from the expansion launch. So yeah, at the very least, give us a blue post. Tell us what's on the radar, what is happening, you know, even if it's not the final patch notes, just like, okay, we know there is this thing going on, we're gonna fix it. Well, whatever, right? Something very simple. It can be 2 lines and people will be way happier, I think. And, you know, like same thing with like addressing exploits, you know, hey, we know there is a escalation dungeon exploit. We're gonna fix that, guys. And by the way, we ban everyone, right? So stuff like that would be cool to see, and we need more reactions. At the very least, we need the blue posts earlier. Yeah, yeah. It's like some random stuff here with gems. I talk about them. I'd like to see more reasons to have gems of other colors as well. So you know, I talked about, for example, more target farm of certain colors, but maybe we could also get crafting recipes, like in D2, for example. Every gem is valuable for everyone because you can craft with them. So that could be maybe something. Stash, yeah, I don't have to say much more here, I guess. I would also like to see a reduction of runes a little bit, because we get too much trash as well. There's like too many runes that just no build really wants to use, or they're like extremely niche to the point where they don't need to exist. So this could be cleaned up a little bit more to also make space, for example, for, you know, more rune drops in your inventory, or more gem drops. I wouldn't mind seeing more just grand gems drop sometimes or so. That's kind of cool, kind of exciting to just find a grand gem. I would like to see more of that, to be honest. And this would make room for that. Tooltips are a major problem since the game launched. So in particular, you know, like all of these like fake stats here in the sheet that don't really have like any bearing on the actual character power. Crit damage is like the biggest offender, but you know, stuff like vulnerable and so on is also kind of playing a part. Also, the fact that we don't really have any information about breakpoints or attack speed or attack rate. I think something like that could be introduced here on skill tooltips, so that people actually understand, at the very least, if they have reached a new breakpoint, or if the attack actually got faster from adding a bit of attack speed to the gear, for example. So that would help already without necessarily even having the exact breakpoint table for every single skill. Infernal Hordes needs a lot of work, so I think people just don't really like doing it, even if it was buffed to be good. It's not just a rewards problem, it's also a content problem. So maybe there needs to be just something more exciting in there, you know, a better way to target the right strategy. This could be done primarily through the Warplans tree as well, but I think maybe the whole thing needs a bit of an update. So there could be a lot of stuff there. I think we also need more like exciting moments. I did talk about random mythic drops in the pit or whatever, but you know, I want to see more like that. I want to see goblin packs. I want to see mythic pranksters. Like, I'm not even sure if they exist anymore, to be honest. I haven't seen them on since season 11. yeah, stuff like that, right? It doesn't have to be just this. You know, exciting things that you just randomly find where you're like, oh yeah, nice. You know, we have way too little of that. Also, you know, I was talking about like less loot from caches and UI and so on. I think bartering is kind of like the biggest offender. It's just so useless, I feel. And I don't necessarily even want to buff it. I just don't really want to bother with it, to be honest. I think this whole system is just like unnecessary at the very least. And I would also like to see a way to like just run without a merc, without losing all of the benefits. You know, something like the necromancers that sacrifice their minions. That would be cool. I would also like to see more ways to do like multi-button builds, you know, like the good old Flurry IF Rogue or Kratos Barb or, you know, these sort of builds. I think we have way too much focus on, you know, every single skill has a unique and that buffs that skill to the roof, right? And I would like to see some uniques that facilitate multi-button builds that don't just buff one thing, or at least alternatives that we can use to make such a combo work, basically. So obviously not everyone wants to play many buttons and stuff like that, but I think it definitely opens up a lot of like build creativity and a bit of freedom, and also gives like a lot of skills like more purpose. You know, we have skills that are just like very small scale or very small range or something like that. You know, double swing is an example where, okay, maybe I upheaval the, you know, AoE down the large pack, and then there's like this one elite left, and I walk up to him and then I double swing. Right? We don't have that at all. And that would give a lot of skills suddenly a lot more viability, I think, if we actually had these sort of combos, or at least an option to make those. I would also like to see more leaderboards. So for example, Paragon Ladder is a very simple one. But it could also be conquests. I really like Diablo 3's conquests, and you know, stuff like, okay, the first 1,000 people to take down T12 Mephisto, boom, you know, easy leaderboard. That would be cool, I think. You know, it's just cool. It's also like, you know, stuff like, you know, for example, the server-wide shoutouts, like first person to reach level 50, first person to enter Torment 1, first person to defeat Lilith, you know, stuff like that. That is really cool, and I think this is kind of sorely missing in this game before the season starts. And there could be even like, you know, like a content specific leaderboard for each of the like war plan content types, right? Helltide, okay, what is the most sinners anyone has ever found in 1 hour? What is the highest ether anyone has ever gotten? Like, and then you make like the same thing, like, you know, 1,000 spots on that leaderboard. And even people that don't necessarily want to go push the tower, they would have something to chase. You know, this is something that is like accessible to everyone, basically, right? If you have like a viable, good T12 build, you can try your shot. And it's also a bit of RNG, and you know, it's just kind of fun, I think, to have these sort of rankings here, because why not, right? Basically, why not? And it just gives people something to chase. Loot filter import for console, I think, is missing. Personally, I'm not playing on console, but a lot of people do, and a lot of people ask me about this, so if I wanted to mention this. And also, like, for the future, I guess expansion content or whatever, I would like to see something like a roguelike mode, like, you know, some 2-hour-long dungeons with 50 floors where you can take breaks and come back and so on. But stuff like that would be kind of fun, I think, as like a sort of like new content idea, but we'll see. And long term, yeah, maybe also like expansion stuff and like, you know, major game reworks in the future or something like that. But I think damage multipliers across the board are way too large. So we have massively inflated damage numbers. I did talk about, for example, squishing the torment jumps a little bit and the jumps between pit tiers. You know, there's a lot of problems that kind of come with that, like hitting this brick wall when you go to the next torment, and then also like when you push in the tower, for example, like you hit a brick wall from tier to tier, like really hard, because it's 32% extra HP per tier. So you very quickly get to the point where, okay, I can do like a 125 in 8 minutes, but I cannot do 126, you know, even though I had 2 minutes left on the previous run, right? So this is completely bananas. And I think that needs to change. So that would, you know, facilitate making smaller jumps between each tier. And it was also just a smooth out progression. It's not like, okay, I find 2 items and now I'm like 5 times stronger, you know, like that is too much of a jump, I think. And also, for example, you know, utility aspects, resource aspects, defensive aspects as well. You know, like they're kind of like getting crowded out a lot from like any sort of damage multiplier, because that is like the only thing that really matters, because they're so large. Like I cannot reasonably put a resource mod on my ring to solve any sort of like cooldown or resource issue, because I lose like half my damage if I do this, you know? This is like a non-starter, basically, on almost every single build. There's no way to do this. And if those numbers were smaller, then maybe I would consider, you know, putting a resource mod here. And instead of putting like faith per second rolls and, you know, a star skies or whatever, right? At least give me this, all of these options. And this is definitely a big problem. And also, defensive mods are getting way too large. You know, we have a lot of very conditional or timed, very strong defensive mods. One example is this one, Glyn's Anvil, especially in Season 13 with the resolve stacking. That was crazy, right? But even now, it's a 40% damage multi. If you don't have a resolve up when you load into a pit, you take almost double the damage. And that's just this one mod, right? Imagine I have another one like that and another one like that. And suddenly I take like 8 times the damage when I don't have my buffs up, right? You finish the Nightmare Dungeon run, you collect your loot, and you click on the portal for the next escalation run, and then suddenly the volcano pops up and boom, one-shots you because your conditional defense is not up. This is just stupid. I mean, first of all, why is the volcano going off? But also, this shouldn't be this way. I think defensive mods need to come way down. So these defensive mods need to be smaller. There's also like the other problem where, for example, some builds and some classes across the board just have a lot of uniques, like sort of mandatory damage multipliers in their defensive slots. So Necro is probably the biggest offender. You know, they have like these Casimir's Pants, and, you know, a lot of builds run something like Lucion. You can't even put defenses there because you need the damage to even do endgame content. So I think with smaller defensive mods, we wouldn't have that issue with like getting blasted when your buffs are not up. Like, you know, if all of these defensive mods were like maybe half the value, that would help. And obviously with that needs to come a reduction in monster damage output, right? So, you know, the overall defense should be similar compared to the monster damage, and the difficulty should be kind of comparable. But, you know, just having, you know, like only 1 or 2 instead of 3 defensive mods, for example, shouldn't be like a day and night difference, because some builds are like nearly unplayable in hardcore at the very least. And even on softcore, you know, I would not recommend Necromancer to anyone. So that's just the reality. And that comes from the fact that they are forced to use these offensive items in defensive slots. And it just kind of like completely kills their survivability. And that is in large part due to way too large numbers on these defensive mods here. I guess the biggest problem is the Raiment. Raiment can be a mythic. That's a 65% damage reduction. You take triple the damage when you don't have a Raiment equipped. Like, that is just a no-go, basically, on the Storks right now, for example. So yeah, that is a big problem. And that's, you know, just the defensive side. But again, also the offensive side. I think, you know, the numbers kind of scale too much to really give us interesting options. It's just like, get the highest damage number, because that's the only thing that matters. And I would like to see, you know, smaller numbers on these so that we have more freedom. And, you know, we can't buff utility mods or mobility or resource mods to infinity to compete with these offensive mods, right? Like, at some point their usefulness is exhausted with whatever number you put there. You know, damage can always get buffed to higher numbers, and this is what we got here. And I think the damage numbers just need to go down, basically. Yeah, then for the skill tree, I think we have seen that the skill tree work was, I think, overall pretty good, but there is definitely like a bit of a lack of choices to make. In particular, you know, like starting from like level 50 or so on most builds, you kind of just get 20 points that you put nowhere. And then you get like 10 more points from your season journey that they also put nowhere because nothing matters, you know, like, you know, my falling star, you know, it doesn't really do anything. I mean, I put 15 points here, right? It's just like a 1-point wonder. It does the thing, and it doesn't really get a lower cooldown or go faster, or, you know, all that stuff is just missing, right? At least in the past, we had a bit of a reason to put extra points into utility skills because they get a lower cooldown. I think at the very least something like that can come back. But we also used to have all these like size tempers and the duration tempers, and why not bring that back as well, right? So we don't need the tempers themselves, but you can put it into the skill tree. You know, my corpse tendrils, why don't they just get like 4% larger with every skill point, right? I would see that, I would feel that, I would level up, and I would feel happy. I got another point in my corpse tendrils. You know, the same thing with all these other utility skills. I think it would be a very easy win to introduce these rank scaling effects again in some way, you know, kind of like really pick like what makes sense, you know, like, and make like a handcrafted choice for them. But I think that would go a long way in order to actually give us choices and like a sort of like a feeling of making our character better by leveling up, because that just kind of stops at level 50. And I also see a lot of people just not even finishing the season journey, like skill point rewards, for example. You don't have any reason to do the capstone dungeons for the points, all this kind of stuff. It's just kind of scuffed. And yeah, then we could also get stuff like multiple ranks inside upgrades to kind of go along with this whole system. I think it would be cool if, for example, we can just put 3 points into these, similar like how the passives used to work in the past, where, maybe here I can get 1, 2, 3 extra charges or something like that, right? And maybe here the vulnerable would last a bit longer and so on, right? And we can kind of choose and like pick and mix and match like the upgrades that we actually care about, that we want to invest in. And again, it will give us more decision making, more interesting choices, because I think this is sort of lacking still with the new skill tree. I think, overall the system is fine with like the 2 side upgrades and the variants. But the fact that we have so many users points that don't do anything is a problem. And this can be, I think, relatively easily resolved by kind of making multiple ranks here and giving us reasons to invest into utility skills. Then also like long term, I guess Paragon boards is probably something on the menu for the next expansion. I don't think there's like really like something on fire with Paragons, but I think after 3 years, it's definitely due for an update. Generally, I think Paragon boards could be smaller and we get fewer points. I think clicking 350 points every time I respec is something that just no one really enjoys. Even if I can do it fast in like 3 minutes, I don't enjoy doing it. I think also the Paragon system is too bland and doesn't really offer like any sort of interesting choices, and anything that used to be interesting has been patched out, like for example infinite amount of boards. We have now this cap at 5, and also all of the legendary nodes are just 60% damage in one flavor or another. There's not really any decision making. It's just like this very minor min-maxing of trying to get a little bit more damage or defense out of your setup, and that's about it. So it's not really interesting or fun or anything like that. So yeah, overall, I would like to see a reduction in size, more interesting choices. Maybe we could bring back stuff like the old passives from the skill tree and put them on the Paragons, or at least somewhere along those lines of the effects that they used to do. That could be a way more interesting system. And also like this whole like, rotating boards, I think it's like not really doing anything, to be honest. Like, okay, I have 5 points this path, or I have 5 points this other path, or 5 points this. Like, who cares, right? Like, I think this whole rotation stuff is also just relatively useless. And you could have a different system here that is just kind of like easier to grasp, easy and more interesting for people to kind of like try to make their choices around and so on. Yeah, and lastly, tempers. So I did talk about, for example, bringing back size and duration tempers, maybe on the skill tree itself. It could also come back as actual, offensive or utility tempers or something like that. But I think more importantly, like we have this here, right? And you can literally delete every single one here and just keep like 2 of them around or something, like 1 dot temper and 1 crit temper, and that would be fine for almost every single build, right? So why is this a thing? All these like damage on Tuesdays or whatever, like this can all go, and there could be way more interesting stuff, I think. And yeah, and also just like in general expanding the options a little bit, giving us reasons to go for one or the other would be kind of interesting as well. So I would like to see an update on the temper system. But yeah, this is about it here for now. So this is my feedback document. I'll link this down in the description if you wanna, read through this or something. Let me know your thoughts, your comments. I guess now's the time to, get some attention to this on the devs maybe, and we'll see what they're cooking for season 15. Personally, I have enjoyed season 14 a lot so far, and I continue to be playing it. So I actually have planned to do like a big Barb playthrough and like many builds testing and so on. And then I guess we're gonna get the season 15 PTR soon, which obviously I'll be covering as well. So I'll see you then. Hope you enjoyed this, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay. All right. Quick 1 hour feedback video, I guess. We had an alien glasses with him. Oh shit. Okay then. I'm gonna get a drink. Meine Güte. Hashtag Döner 2 Euro. Okay. What's the story of those alien glasses? I don't know, Nini just got it for me at some point. Now we have alien glasses. Alright. Okay, ich muss kurz das Video hochladen. Okay. And now I have to make an Auradin planner. Oh boy. Actually, I'd like to see what happens if I unequip the Golden Epiphany and we just keep Blood Mad and go for the full set. I think it's not really working correctly, but I wonder how much of difference it makes. Oops, made a +4 here actually. Actually, we can keep the same seal. We don't actually have Aura Barrow. Unlucky. Ja, tut mir leid. Nur Gott, Unterstrich, Unterstrich. Ich war ein bisschen abgelenkt. Ich muss sagen, bin nicht so ein großer Merkel-Fan. Okay. 5,7 Millionen Zähigkeit. Mit Barriere. You know, a class struggles when you have to equip Epiphany. Yeah, I mean, Epiphany is like legit a good option on some builds though. It's a pretty good seal. I didn't make the Aura build planner yet, but I will. I just want to see how it goes without the Epiphany effect, basically. Just Blood Mat. How many ranks do I have in these auras now? So this is 112, 119 ranks in aura. And then you get 0.5 per skill rank you have in all of your aura skills. That seems so shit. Wait, what? 0.5. Really? Is Epiphany bugged? I know of no bug of it. What is the bug? My ping stacks does work when you go to your instance. I think you're talking about the Knights of Epiphany set now. Ah, that Epiphany. Okay. True, it's called Epiphany as well. Okay. Yeah, that is bugged. That has not changed yet. Yeah. I think it's just Wing Strikes that has that issue with the Lights of Epiphany set though. I think the other are fine. Like if you play like, I don't know, Hammerden, for example, with the Disciple version. Or Lance or whatever. Then I think you're gonna be okay. Okay, this is a very slow run. Definitely not the way here. Like with the Golden Epiphany seal, I was doing this in like 90 seconds or something. All this. I have to wait for way too long for this. And this conviction aura stuff is just like super undertuned. Doesn't really seem like it's doing much. We actually got a level up, or 2 even. Hi, was that Rambo? Even 1x. Yeah, it should be. This aura set should probably be something like like 2% or 2.5% per rank. I mean, the thing is, this set is only for one build, right? They made a set for only one build. It's like pretty unique, so they can like directly fine-tune this build in particular with the set. Yo, carry like Maria, thank you. Wish it from us. What procs the big damage chunks on Auradin? Yeah, it's just like the Dawnfire is ticking once every second. And then I also have the wolves with like the like everyone has the aura, so they like, trigger that. It just looks like that basically because it ticks like this. Most of the damage is the Dawnfire, I think. Yeah. I think what we could try is the Juggernaut set. Let's see. Do we have extra aura? We have a few here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have an all stats. Okay, so wait a second. Now we don't get all of the aura effects anymore, so I actually have to put the points, I guess. Yeah, this is probably not the way. Because we lose all this stuff. We lose the potency. More damage from potency, I guess. Don't even have this all the time. Now, do we get resolve? Can we even do this? I don't think I get resolve at all, so you can only do this. It's gonna be scuffed, I think. Not even sure how easily I will trigger this stuff. Is there any chance I can actually trigger this set? I mean, it should trigger itself, right? Just to make it unstoppable. Well, look at me. Yeah. Don't have enough resources to press my Defiance aura. Because it's not for free anymore. Okay, this feels even worse than the aura set, because now I have this resource issue. And I never proc the Juggernaut effect anyway. So the only other thing you could do is like the Judgment set, I guess. That would maybe not feel completely terrible, but then you can't kill the boss. Well, in a pit run I guess it might work. If you could do like a pit farmer. Dude, 60 faith for 1 aura press with Lucian. Kinda crazy. What are you using hammer for? It's for Lucian. Hammer is like the cheapest core skill. And it's also convertible to non-Judicator. Because with Judicator I will pop the Judgment, and I don't want to do that because Holy Knight Aura does more damage against judged enemies. I'm using Honed. I'm not using Honed actually. I guess you could though. But not really a reason. Tibalt's Will kind of just takes care of it. But it would be interesting to see how Honed interacts without Tibalt's Will actually. Maybe you could drop Tibalt's and do Honed. But you kind of don't want to do that because you want damage. But in a world where there's an alternative to Tibalt's Will, offensively, maybe. Okay, easy 4-minute run, guys. Holy. It is like completely cooked actually. Now here on the boss, suddenly I do damage, right? That's like the first time my set activates. Very cool. Oh man. Use the Judgment set with the Helmet up Spears to help get ticks. Great. Let's see if I can activate Honed actually. Because I don't think I have it leveled. Would be interesting though. Let's end. I think this should work. I mean, Hammerden, Honed, and no Lucian, yeah, that probably works. But we have Lucian. Let's see. I wonder if like all these like aura ticks from the wolves actually give us a lot of resources. I mean, I do see it like, you know, tick, 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 but it's like kind of slow still. Yeah, it's definitely way faster. Probably like in a range of like 3 to 5 faith per second with the aura. Seems to work on multi-targets. But yeah. I think this is still relatively uncomfortable. Maybe if you have the other set again, right? So if you do the aura set, and we don't have to spend like 60 faith. That's the single target. Let's take this off. No pants, gang. We're playing Templar now. I mean, if you're very careful, and you always wait like 5 seconds to do one hammer, maybe... Realistically, I would probably put like an extra roll for faith per second, just to smooth this out a bit, because this is a bit yikes. But it is doable. Yeah. It's Wolves non-negotiable? It's non-negotiable. Alright, you want to do the Juggernaut, right? As the Judgment build. 4 to Aura. Aura, Aura, Aura. Aura. I wonder if I can do something better than Sentinel here. If there's some close and 1.5 for each stack of Resolve. So this stacks up to, I think, 22. Yeah, actually Sentinel is the best, but we would have to put like one more Temper, I think. Or 2 even. And then we lose a lot of life and stuff, so it might not be worth it actually. How long does this last? 10 seconds. So I think for pit runs it's probably fine. Yeah, okay, if you're playing Hammerden And you also have Argent Veil and the Tibbles, and you're never gonna run out of resource. Like, the hammers cost like nothing. So even with Lucien, you can do that either way. I mean, I'm doing Lucien right now, right? I'm not spamming the hammers, but I press them here and there, and it's fine. Why do you have so much Tower of Forgotten Souls? You need to farm more bosses, and pick up the non-ancestral uniques too, and then convert your Baleful. $30 stacks. 40 stacks. Actually, I'm not actually judging anything, right? So I have to like make sure I press my Holy Light aura often enough. Yeah, look, here's like... This is like where Auradin just works, right? Like, look at this. It just works. My set is active, everything is fine. How nice the world could be. But don't fight the boss, guys. Alchemist converts Baleful Fragments to souls. Oh, you're dying. I have only 3 million toughness, I'll probably get one shot by the swords. Why did this guy just not take damage at the end? Look, a bubble man. Holy. He getting these 8% upgrades there. Just trying to like test some stuff. I think generator skills need to change since most endgame builds focus on avoiding them. I think there could be more reasons to use them, but I don't think we need to force people to use them. I think a lot of people don't like using generators in order to like actually generate resources or something. I think something like calm points on Rogue is fine, but calm points are kind of just down bad right now, right? And you know, something like that is like an interesting reason to use a basic attack, I guess. Or maybe for some other like small utility effects here and there, like putting a debuff on an enemy or so. For like an elite, at least, right? Okay, you blast down everything with like one button until you fight an elite, and then you actually press like 1, 2, 3. So that is okay. But for like general combat, I think having a generator is something that most people don't like. And it's also fine to transition out of certain skills like these. You know, it's fine that this is like a leveling thing and like an early game thing, and then like at some point you don't need them anymore or so. Okay guys, let's see how long it takes to get to 40 stacks of judgment. Actually, we could make it faster, right? Can we? Oh my god, resources. It should actually be way faster if I explode the judgments. With the wing strikes, look at this man, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Guys, only 5 more minutes and we will have our set active, guys, okay? One day Purify build will be meta. Actually, I heard of someone doing like 133 or something with Purify build. Breath and stuff. Can I try it with multiple enemies? That's not the point. The point is the set can't kill bosses. I don't think I even have a Judican's Helm. I'm not gonna even try, I think. I mean, Judican's is also like not an option. We need the damage, yeah. Yeah, screw this. Ugh. But maybe this judgment thing is like a good idea, because we have the 40% extra damage against enemies affected by judgment. Do this. Instead of the vulnerable, because you already have Exploit Glyph and Fanaticism Aura. So I think we would just do that then. I'm gonna play Season 10 Hero Siege. Is there a date for that? Yeah, when you have the Aura set, you don't need the upgrades, not in the variants. So the Auradin set is actually unique in the way that it gives you the variants as well, all of them. So you can actually remove everything here. Unfortunately, we don't have anything to do with those points. August 21st. I'm not sure if I will be back by then. No, wait, isn't that the Gamescom? Wait. Gamescom is like 26 to 29. Yeah, okay, maybe I can like squeeze in a few days before. We'll see. I have 3 trips this month. And one of them is unknown so far. Where are we going? I am going to Kefalonia, which is Nini's home island, for vacation. I'm going to Gamescom. And I'm going to Sofia in Bulgaria for like a day or two as well at some point. All right. I don't really want the resource cost reduction, I think. Actually, I wanted to double check this Holy Light Aura potency stuff before I make the planner complete. So I might actually want to put the potency here as well. We'll see. Kind of funny how the pants have 3000 armor, but the boots only half. Such a big difference. What does potency do? It basically multiplies all of the effects besides the flat Fawn's value of the Defiance aura, and maybe like one or two other minor things. So, for example, here 22.3, 112, 260, 52. There's +3 to all aura skills. Interesting. But if I go on all stats here. Is the steel still mega useless? No, this is literally part of the build here. Golden Epiphany is pretty good. Yo, just curious. Thanks for the payment. If another is an aura, the aura set, it doesn't apply weaken and vuln, only vuln. True. Maybe somehow it bugs out when it's supposed to do both at once. But yeah, for some reason you get like all of the variants, but I guess not the weaken one. Actually, I guess that is actually correct. Because the vuln overrides the weaken. So maybe this is intended. Yeah. But you get weaken here anyway. Reduce the cost for 2 seconds. Crazy. Yeah, the question is the reach of the law. Because the cooldown is kind of long, right? Now we have 4 seconds cooldown and judgment lasts for 3. So as long as I cast this on cooldown, maybe it's fine. My cooldown is not perfect, right? I'm missing a little bit here, we're 72.4. Does it go down with rank still? Why does it stop? Apparently before 20 ranks. Okay. It stops at 20 actually, okay. Is it still the same 40% CDR? 986. Yeah, it's 40%. Okay, so it's like the same system as before, I guess. Yeah, so basically if we just cast this on cooldown, we can have judgment for 3 out of 4 seconds. So we could do the vulnerable here. Oh, the movement speed is bugged actually. It's supposed to go over cap. This has 30% X, and X means go cap to F. What? There's also 15% X movement speed, so it's 15 and 30, it's 45. Where's the rest coming from? Uses his fortress or bonus damage. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll do that, to be honest. You have so much cooldown reduction, maybe I'll actually do it. Yeah, this Arbiter doesn't actually really add much. It's basically just a bit of movement speed and the vulnerable we don't even need. So maybe we just do this anyway. Can do this. I'm not sure what's up with the fortress cooldown, but it's like way too short. I get 4%, 60%. Yeah, it's a bunch of damage for the boss. Maybe I'll just do this, to be honest. The one that moves with you. Nothing here moves with you. I mean, this one. Yeah, the thing is that when you have this, the cooldown doesn't start. You want to do the Thorns one because the cooldown immediately goes down. You can just cast it again. Look, because now I have the cooldown at the end here. You can do a Resplendence glyph, I guess, if you want. But you're not actually even using Resplendence. So you just do this here. Like, you do this on like a big pack or something. Or on the boss. And then, you know, like I'm standing still in the fortress, I have the damage buff. And now you have to wait until it's over, but then you can immediately cast it again. So no problem. And here you can't do this on the other. So that's why I choose the Thorns one. Yeah, I think I actually do that. I feel like this Arbiter doesn't actually offer much. I just realized that this movement speed is not even buffing you. So you can do this. Can do unstoppable. Can do this. There's also weakened from the consecration, by the way. That's 6 seconds, that's fine. Go with the resource. Don't think you care about the fortify anyway. Okay, somehow I have only 9 points here, but this is gonna be 10. So what happened? Am I missing anything? Oh. And now we could actually go for a bit more resolve stacks. Right, so we do... I think right now we have 15. Those would be 60%, right? And then we could have 20. Would be 80. So that's 12.5% damage in the fortress. Just having the resolve temper. And then we also get more from the Sentinel glyph. So Sentinel is 1.5. So 30% buff. So at 22.5. Which is 6.1. So together 19.4% DPS. Just not changing temper from life to resolve. So I think it would probably be worth to put like a second resolve temper. Then you have 20 stacks. I think the Sentinel glyph caps out at 33% damage. So 22 stacks. So I would probably do like 2 tempers. And it's like a nice damage upgrade. Oh, no upgrades any auras. You get all of them, including the variants on this set. So it just says you get the upgrades, which usually means these side upgrades. But for some reason this set gives you the variants too. You don't have to put anything. All damage versus holy. Actually, I think we can do rubies, right? Wait a second. I think rubies is actually a thing. Yeah, it says fire and holy, so we should actually do this. So you want to roll all damage, but you can put rubies, because rubies actually give both. But the stat is... all damage you have to put there. Because Holy is its own stat. Okay. So we can get a bit more there. Huge. It does fire damage. And the Dawnfire is fire damage, but the Holy Light Aura is holy. So this is why I had the diamonds here, but actually I can't even craft the rubies right now. I don't have rubies. I have like a royal ruby here, you see. So I guess the diamonds is like my best choice right now anyway. But for the planner we definitely go rubies there. The active. No, the entire Holy Light Aura is holy damage. It's just the Dawnfire that does fire damage. Okay, what do you got? Relentless. Beacon. Shitbearer. Castle. This block. We kinda want the block. So you could do Endure. You could even do Sentencing. Although this will not really be up on most enemies. Only on the boss. But Endure is okay. Also has a bunch of holy stuff, I think. Holy. So you could consider this one. There's 110 and has Thorns and Fizz and some other shenanigans, but it also has the block. 15 block reduction is kinda insane. So I kinda want Shield Bearer. And then, yeah, we kinda want both these. The block reduction on both is kinda good. We have Castle here and Shield Bearer there. You play Sunday 4 if you didn't have to buy like 3 expansions. Well, good news, it's only one you have to buy. Kenny. We have Beacon as the third. 190. There's Fizz. And I think you kind of want to hit this one, right? So we should probably do Beacon later. We can actually hit that block. This is Judicator. I don't think I actually need that attack speed, right? Are we capping out? 26, but okay. Way too much attack speed, actually. Can even do this. Kind of funny. Take the int node. Maybe I have the Sentinel. Is that actually correct? 64 in, 59 will. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. Here we got exploit. 59. 64. You might want to swap these two. Don't even have to go for this Fonts thing at all. Could save a lot of points. Oof. What the hell is this? 4 points for this one int. I mean, there is this here technically. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8 is the same. I guess here's path for it is here then anyway. We actually have exactly all the points spent. Nothing else to take. Interesting. I lied. We have 1 point. really want to move anything here. Yeah, this is kind of good actually. What? I need to see this on the other classes real quick. Damage, damage, damage. Elite, elite, elite. The Paladin has like only the 2 blue nodes on both sides that are elite. Damage, damage, damage. Elite, 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 yeah. What the fuck? These are just percent. Interesting. I think it's do this. Questions, what do we do when we don't have this seal? Maybe he's gonna put the Iron Conviction set anyway. Because it actually works, but it's like scuffed. What dot does Necro use? Good question. I guess they have like some blight dots and stuff. How does this character have so much more life than mine? Oh, actually, I have 41k. It's like on the aura as well, right? Does it actually go up? For some reason this one is not amplified. Or maybe it's just like snapshot in some shady way. No. boy. Okay, unstoppable. Healing received. I guess it's also not being buffed. Can we see this here? I think the Rite of Prayer is getting buffed. Yeah. The max resource. Resource generation, I guess. Not sure if just like duration of the vulnerable is longer. Doesn't seem so. Okay. About this. Okay. Right. Oh, I forgot the gloves. Okay. So just fixing the aura potency bug would actually give this build at times 2.35 multi with my aura ranks. Potentially up to like times 2.5. It's kind of crazy. Anything else? I like that like 80% of the whole explanations is just about bugs. I don't have to say much else about this build, to be honest. Cool. Actually, I have to. If you equip an unequipped shield, does it work too? Yeah, like item change also triggers a snapshot again, so you can do that. So I guess you can like, walk into the pit and do this or something. But I guess it's easier just like, open this here, right? Like I just have like this one node, it's like open, ding ding, and that's it. Or rather, you remove. You can also do this, right? You can like, take one out and put one in like this. Doesn't matter. All of this triggers a snapshot again. What the fuck is going on with this embed here? What? Is it only with the set? Seems like it's only with the set. Interesting. Okay. Actually, we should probably mention that here. Okay, I think that's it actually. I think you can get to the point where I actually like speed farm 110 to this. I should try the fortress again and maybe like change the masterwork. Does it actually do anything to put points into the consecration? Actually, it does. Let's see, 2.7 million toughness. Oops. 2.5. Okay, it's like minus 7 or 8%. I got the resolve stacks. I have 20. This might be okay like this. I think 2 times resolve and then 1 time life. It's probably gonna be kinda chill. Could still squeeze out like 10% more damage or so by putting another resolve temper. But only while you're in the fortress. Also makes it easier to reach down with some block chance. Could maybe even move the interdiction to the boots and have Disciple there. Let's do like a 111, I guess. I really forgot here. I think we're fine. Free ticks for this elite. Kinda nice. I'll still run though, it's not a ton. I'll limit here. My gear is pretty good, but I don't really have any transfigures. I think a little bit here, I have like 250 all stats and yeah, basically nothing on the transfigures. So it could be like pretty easily like twice or 3 times as strong once you try getting like some of those. I think something like 2 minutes, 110s is probably doable in this. Wait, I lost a stone. Oops. I'm like, why is this run so slow? This was actually kind of okay. So the pillar will now appears when you kill the guy from the ambush. Let's see about Sean here. Damages from the glyph additive or multiplicative. The secondary effects and the legendary effects are multiplicative. And the primary effects are additive. How AFK is the current version? It's not really such an AFK build anymore. Because of Standard Knight, you have to like, you know, press the auras and then get in the consecration. Yeah, T12 levels are also just kind of too slow, as you can see. T11, I think this will be fine. If to fix the aura potency bug, then T12 would also be fine, I think. Like I'm missing like a times 2.5 damage, roughly, just from the aura potency bug. So that is, yeah, at least half a torment jump, just by itself. And we could also use the actual set for this, instead of trying to do this weird blood mad and stuff. Then this would be much better. Secondary and legendary is multiplicative, Cyrus. The primary is additive. He's like a 2 minutes 30, 108. He's a bit of T12 held hiding. And an Undercity. How long was this run actually? An Undercity T12, let's see. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. So on like the fastest builds, you do roughly like a 2-minute run for Undercity. This was a 3-minute run. So I think with a bit more damage and stuff, this would all be kind of fine for like T12 farming. Why does the health bar look so weird? It's like a 6-second boss fight, that's okay. then comes Beast in the Eyes, T12. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, because I have to play the phases, it lasts a long time. They do another one, here's another pit 108. Again, 2.5 minutes. It's like a 12-second boss. This was like a 15-second, but it was a viscous death where I had to be a bit careful. And here on 111 with the fortress. And this was a 10-second kill on 3 tiers higher with the fortress, so it kind of checks out. The fortress is giving me 80% here, plus a bit more from the sentinel effect, roughly double the damage. 3 tiers higher, 2 of them with 17% scaling, 1 with 32%. That's 80% more HP than 108. And a slightly faster kill, so that perfectly checks out actually. Okay. What's that? Okay, I think I'm gonna make a little Auradin guide, guys. Okay, we gotta teach Merlin how to do Auradin now, guys. Druid time. Now it's Bard time actually, after the Paladin. Well, tomorrow we have to do the rank 1 push on the Rogue, finally. I hope it's fixed now, finally. But I think so. We'll see if the exploits are still there. I haven't really heard of anyone saying yes or no to that, actually. Free unique chance, yeah. We have the technology. Let me see the Auradin that Chronix has here. So he has a Harlequin. He's going for Righteous Will. Griswold. Sundered. And he has Aegis. Okay. Alright. Say hi, YouTube, everyone. Hi everyone and welcome to my Auradin guide. So lately I've been trying and cooking on this build and I did what I could, to be honest, and I kind of made it work. So I want to show you my setup for the Auradin. This is, a classic for the Paladin and a lot of people like this. So, I tried to do what I can. And I got it up to like something like 2 minutes, pit 110 farm. It can do T12 content, okay-ish. And my setup is not really optimized yet. So this can be stronger, in particular glyph levels and transfigurations. I had like nearly none. But besides that, my setup was relatively decent. And I think you can probably squeeze out something like a ×3 or so in terms of damage output on this. So in +5 tiers or so, relatively reliably if you try to grind this up a little bit more. But yeah, for now, this is like the good old Auradin, where you just run around, you have these wolves that have all of the holy light auras, you have the dawn fire, unique gloves that give you like this massive like AoE around you. And you do have to play it a little bit more actively than maybe what you remember back from season 11, because we also use the Sundered Knight that casts these consecrations around us and gives us a massive aura potency buff while standing in those consecrations. But besides that, it's relatively like low APM, relatively chill to kind of just like walk through maps, and in like 2 minutes or so you can easily just like kind of walking simulator through those maps here, and then every few seconds you press like one button. So this is kind of how I played this. It's still a relatively easy, chill setup, but not really the strongest. Paladin in general is just like not really strong right now, and this is one of those things you can do on this class if you're looking for something else. A more powerful build is the Shield of Retribution that I've already covered like a few days ago. That is certainly better for like bossing and like higher end content and pushing and all that. But it works if you want to play the Auradin. So let's get into this. So here's my character. It's going to show you a little bit what I have here. I have a bunch of these purples these days because they're kind of easy to acquire with the Pandemonium fragments. And they definitely help this build out quite a bit if you want to make this a bit more powerful. But yeah, as you can see here, it's nothing really crazy, relatively achievable items. This one is kind of nice, I guess, because it has the correct stats, and also all stats transfigure, but it's not that crazy. This is pretty good. But yeah, overall, it's mostly stacking a bunch of crit chance. I actually have too little of that. I should have had more, but this is the items that I had now. Then crit multi, wound multi, and cooldown reduction. We want to try to get a lot of cooldown reduction on this setup, so that we can actually cast our auras as much as possible, and also other stuff like the Fortress and the Falling Star. So you see here, just me walking around, I have 72% cooldown reduction. The cap is 75. We're kind of close. So if you had like maybe another GA or 2 on the cooldown, then you would actually get to the cap. But yeah, somewhere around like 60% in town, and then like 70+% while moving with the Relentless Paragon node is what you're shooting for. And this allows you to just like press your auras quite often. Every time you do this, the Sundered Knight will trigger a consecration beneath you, and that gives you this massive aura potency buff. So it just kind of happens automatically. You can cycle any of the 3 auras, but there are different reasons to press each of them in different scenarios. So one is the Defiance aura that gives you Unstoppable, and that triggers Tibort's Will. So Tibort's Will is a nice damage buff, and we don't really need to put all that much defense in this because we get a lot for free from, for example, the Herald of Sakarum that gives us extra armor and res. And also we have the Defiance aura itself giving us a lot of armor and res. So we are decently tanky without even investing a lot into defensive aspects here. But you want to do the Defiance aura for the Tibort's Will, so you get this buff, and also the resources. The resources are important to fuel our Blast Hammer. Blast Hammer is a very cheap skill. It costs 9 resource for me right now. I think normally it's 10 when I don't have this resource roll here. So that 10 cost then multiplies by nearly 3 when you actually stack up the Crown of Lucian. So you see here it costs 18 now, 21, 22. Yeah, so it goes up basically from the Crown of Lucian, but it is a pretty strong damage buff. And this is a reason to have the Tibort's Will as well, to give you the resources and this extra boost here. And then to get out Crown of Lucian, we can actually squeeze out a bit more. And this helps us to actually make this T12 viable. You can alternatively drop both of these items if you want to be like very tanky and put like defense if you want. And then you don't have to worry about any resources. You can drop this core skill. It does not do any damage. This is just there to trigger the Crown of Lucian the cheapest way possible. You just have to make sure that this is not a Judicator skill, So whatever you put on your bar, because the Adjudicator skills will explode the judgments that you apply with your Holy Light aura. And that is actually a damage downgrade. So you want to keep the judgments on the target. Or you could, for example, also go for a basic skill that applies judgment, such as Holy Bolt or even Advance. So you can do that because there's this little node here on Holy Light aura, where you deal 40% extra damage against judged enemies. So this is a pretty nice multi you don't want to destroy by using Adjudicator skill. But yeah, either way, this is this combo here for the resources and the extra Lucian buff. And the Blessed Hammer is just there for this purpose. Yeah, everything else here is basically just very situational. So I talked about the Defiance aura. Holy Light aura is something you kind of just like press whenever there's an elite or any sort of big monster to apply that judgment. This is part of the skill. One of the upgrades gives you the judgment, giving you that 40% multi, and also the 80% multi from the Adjudicator Oath. So it's relatively potent to actually press the Holy Light aura. It's more than double damage, at least the first time you fight an enemy. So you want to kind of keep that ready for these moments when you have a big enemy. And then there's the Fanaticism aura that has two purposes. So one is sort of like filling the gaps between your Defiance aura that you cast like on cooldown and your Holy Light aura that you also cast every few seconds. And this is sort of the backup here to make sure you have a consecration going. And it also applies vulnerable. So this is one of the variants on the Fanaticism aura where enemies around you become vulnerable. You can see this here with the purple glow. Sometimes it's down. We have the exploit glyph that automatically does it for 3 out of 5 seconds. And if you pay a bit of attention in like longer fights, like a boss or something, then you just like press the Fanaticism aura. So you see here now it's down, I press it, and now I have this vulnerable effect from the Fanaticism aura. The aura alone can actually keep up the vulnerable just by itself if you have perfect cooldown reduction. So you could also just kind of cast it on cooldown if you want, if you have like 75% CDR or close to that. So you don't even have to time it very much. But if you want to min-max a little bit, this can help you. Yeah, what you need to know about this setup is that aura potency works for most of the effects from the different auras. Right now, you see I don't have anything spec'd, but we actually have every single side upgrade and variant on all 3 auras. This is thanks to the Iron Conviction set. The 3-piece bonus gives you all of them, including the variants, which is kind of a unique thing here because all other effects that I know of in this game usually just give you the side variants or the side upgrades and not the main variants here. But we get all of them. And almost all of these effects are also buffed with extra aura potency. So for example, if you look at the Fanaticism aura, it says 11.2 attack speed and 4.5% crit. Now if you press our consecration here, it goes to 26% attack speed and 10% crit chance. And this stacks 5 times, for example. Similar, for example, this crit damage bonus here, this goes up. We have the Defiance aura that goes up with armor and res, as you see here when the consecration drops. And for example, Rite of Might is also going from 22 to 52 and so on. So most of these effects are buffed. There are some exceptions that, for example, matter or not. But in this case, like the Rite of Thorns, like flat Thorns is not going up, but the percent goes up. So there's like a few things that are not buffed by the extra aura potency. But generally, you get a lot of really good stuff from this. There is, however, one big bug with this, which is that the Holy Light aura itself, which is actually doing the damage here, the aura potency scales off the rank 1 effect of this aura. So that's a bit unfortunate. So basically you want to invest the ranks into this. So you see I have 42 ranks, which buffs the damage just like on any other skill. But the aura potency does not scale up with the more ranks. So what this means in practice is that the build is actually missing like a ×2 to ×2.5 damage buff that it will just get for free basically if they fix this. So we don't know if or when that will be fixed, but there is definitely something to look forward to for the future of this build when that is addressed, and that will help. But you still want to use the Standard Knight because you get all these other effects, and the damage of this also still goes up by a noticeable margin at least, and it's just going to be better in the future whenever that is addressed. Now, besides that, the Standard Knight doesn't necessarily have to be equipped, so it is kind of strong to equip it. You could use a charm for it. There is a charm as well, and you could go one hand offhand. But in my case, I decided I actually going to equip this thing, and then we're going to put these charms here. You see, I have a Golden Epiphany seal, so we have 3 unique charms, because there is not really a good set for this right now. There is the Auradin set, basically. This is made for this build. However, the 5-piece bonus is extremely weak. So in my setup, I have around like 120 skill ranks or something. So that gives me like a 60% multi on the 5-piece bonus. And there's not that many more ranks you can squeeze out of this. You could equip like a Harlequin and maybe get like slightly better charms and stuff. But realistically, you're not really going over like a ×2 or so on the 5-piece bonus. So it is much, much weaker than typical set bonuses that are something like a ×5 to ×7 or so. And in that case, we just want to leave that out. And we go for the 3-piece bonus, which does give us all of these upgrades. If you don't use the Iron Conviction set, you actually have to put the points into the correct variants here. So for example, on Fanaticism Aura, you want to put the Rite of Vengeance. And then on the Defiance Aura, you want to put the Rite of Prayer. And here you want to put the Rite of Judgment and then exile the side stuff. So right now I don't have to put these points, but without the set, you would have to. And there is a reason to not run the Iron Conviction set. However, either way, it feels kind of bad, I think. So just want to cover this real quick. There is the Radiant Fire set, which allows you to get a damage buff from judging enemies, which our Holy Light Aura does. You could also do it with a basic skill or even with Arbiter and some other ways in addition to that. The problem is it's very easy to stack these judgments up to 40 when there's a big pack of AoE to do. But on a boss, you stack it extremely slowly. Like it can literally take you like a minute or two to stack up to 40 on a boss fight, and you don't want to fight a boss for that long. So TLDR, you have good AoE and no single target with the Radiant Fire set. And then we have the Righteous Will set, which is like the opposite. So here we have extremely good boss damage because we get this 500% multi. We also get a bunch of defense, but then you just have no AoE damage because you have to first make an enemy unstoppable with some crowd controls, and then you have to hit them with another crowd control, and then you get the damage bonus. On the boss, that's not a problem. It's always up. But in regular combat, it's just never up, basically, because it takes like 5 seconds or so to actually get the unstoppable effect on an enemy. And you don't really fight anything for that long anyway. So yeah, either way, this one can't kill bosses and this one can't clear AoE. So it's just kind of scuffed. And this is how I went to the Golden Epiphany setup. Now, this means you have to farm this Mythic Seal, and technically the build is playable without one, but you will have one of those weaknesses, so just something to keep in mind. Realistically, I would recommend to go for the Radiant Fire set, and then just like not do any bosses, try to maybe make another setup for lair bosses or something, because it's going to be completely awful, but at least it will work in the rest of the content relatively well, where this one just kind of, it feels good on a boss, but not anywhere else. But yeah, what I did here is I went for the 3-piece bonus with the Iron Correction set. We get a bit of the Aura Potency, which gives us nice little bonuses, and good damage reduction, and all of the upgrades. And then we have 3 charms. So the most important one here is Blood Mad Idol. This one is 25% multi from the Berserking, a bit of speed, and then you get double damage when you take a hit for 8 seconds. So this is really good, but it also means you want to take a hit every 8 seconds in order to proc this. Not just, standing in some puddle or so. It needs to be a hit that actually does instant damage. So you want to let the boss swing at you before stagger phase, or sometimes you just want to walk into a pack and not necessarily try to dodge everything. Just let him hit you once in a while and you get this buff. We also have the Redirected Force that does almost the same thing. So when you block, you get a 10-second buff for a bunch of extra crit damage. This is not as much of a swing as the Blood Mad, but either way, both these effects activate from the same thing, basically. Just get hit every 8 seconds. Then we have the Griswolds. So Griswolds is a 50% buff. It's relatively easy to stack because we have these wolves and we have a lot of hits from the aura. So this is this buff here on the bar. And this is not really a problem to keep up. There is also a Lucky Hit effect that gives us a little bit of an extra bonus because there is Lucky Hit on the Holy Light aura. So sometimes it doubles the damage. Overall, this is somewhere like a 60 to 70% multi, kind of nice. And we have the Herald of Sakarum, which is a bunch of extra strength, armor, and res. So defensively, this is kind of comparable to like a defensive aspect, like a 25 to 30% damage reduction aspect or so. And offensively, this is somewhere in the range of like a 35% multi or something like that. So it's kind of like a bit of everything and just kind of nice to have here. Ideally, you want to put a lot of aura skill ranks on your charms. So you see here 3, 4, 3. And then here as well, if you get those, Judicator skills also works because Holy Knight Aura is a Judicator skill. or all stats is also okay. So you have to be a bit more flexible with the unique charms because they're not that easy to acquire. And yeah, here on the Mythic Seal, basically you have to go with whatever you get. Ideally, you get damage or crit damage on this, and then something like the Holy Light Aura ranks or like something else that goes with this set, basically. Yeah, this is basically it for the setup. In terms of the remaining aspects and stuff, so we have the Glint's Anvil here, so we stack a bunch of Resolve. So you want to have, I think, 13 Resolve stacks in order to have this maxed out. And we actually stack a little bit beyond that. So you see here, I have 5 Resolve stacks on the helm and 5 on the chest. So we actually end up at 20. And this is because we have Fortress. So Fortress is like a bit of a damage buff here with the Resolve damage bonus. So with 20 stacks, that's 80% multi. That's pretty strong. And we also have the Sentinel Glyph. So this is actually for Juggernaut skills. However, the additional bonus with 20 Resolve stacks is 30% multi. And it has a pretty good legendary bonus with the 15% to close here. This can go a bit higher even. Just the primary effect doesn't really do anything. So we don't stack up strength for this. It's just like the minimum value. And you're going to get the additional and the legendary bonus. Then that goes with the whole Resolve stacking here. Besides that, if you want to be a bit tankier, then you can also stack less Resolve and put more life temperers, for example. But I made like a mix here and that works out relatively well. And here we have also defenses on the boots with the Disciple mod. So this one weakens enemies pretty easily. Our Blessed Hammer is a Disciple skill, for example. And we can also get it from other effects like the Falling Star or the Consecration can do it. So there's various ways to get the weaken, and it should be pretty much permanently up on everything. And it gives us a bit of damage reduction. And here we have the interdiction aspect. So I put this on the Coolia mod because it's a bit of a higher value. It can go either way. The more important one is the interdiction aspect. And if you don't have an amulet yet that has it, then you can put it on the boots first because you want to get that block chance up. The block chance buffs this redirected force aspect directly. And it also buffs, for example, the shield bearer node that we have here. So the more block you have, the more damage you deal. And this is a very good way to use the Resolve stacks to also get more offensive value through the interdiction aspect, which is the one that we have here. There's one note about the shield bearer. Shield bearer is bugged right now, and it snapshots on zone transition or whenever there is a snapshot event. For example, adding or removing a paragon point or adding or removing an item. So basically what you want to do is you want to get a few Resolve stacks so at the start of the run. It kind of just happens naturally because we generate them passively from the Rite of Prayer. Or, for example, you press Fortress, which fast forwards this, like in a second or two, you have full Resolve stacks. Just pressing the Fortress at the start of the run. Then you have your 20 Resolve stacks and you go to 100% block. Without that, we don't even have a shield equipped. We don't have much block chance. We have like 30% or something. And this means that your shield bearer node will be much, much weaker. And this will last until you zone transition with those Resolve stacks active. However, there is a shortcut, which is you get those Resolve stacks, for example, when you start a pit run or when you go into a boss lair. And then you just do right click, left click, and that will re-snapshot the shield bearer to the correct value. So now you'll get the full effect. So especially for like sort of like higher pits or something, you probably want to do that because it's a pretty noticeable damage buff, like 40 or 50% extra DPS. So that is not negligible, especially for like lair bosses, for example. Yeah, so this is kind of important about this. And then we have the other two aspects here. There's Holy Punishment, just like a damage buff, and Crushing. We are permanently fortified pretty easily because we get fortified from the Holy Light Aura activation and from the Fanaticism Aura activation. So it just kind of happens all the time. This also gives you lots of healing. We don't have to put any life on hit or any regen or something because we have this thing here. We regenerate a lot of health just existing basically, plus the Fortify. So anything that doesn't really like kill you instantly will usually be easily out-healed, even with the Blood Mad Idol. So you take a lot of extra damage, but it's over 8 seconds, and that just kind of like heals itself as you go, sort of, as long as you don't get one-shot. And yeah, another note is the different damage types. So we have the Dawnfire here. So Dawnfire does fire damage around you, and the Holy Light Aura is holy damage. So you have two different damage types, and this means that you actually want to stack all damage multi instead of one or the other, because they both contribute. Dawnfire is more of the AoE side, and the Holy Light Aura is a bit more on the single target side, but they both have their purposes here. And in that case, you see right now I have diamonds, but you could actually do rubies in the weapon. In the planner, I do have the rubies. So we have that here in the weapon. I just didn't have enough ruby fragments, so I went with the diamonds. But for example, on the weapon roll, there's like the all damage multi, or on the ring or on the glove here, there can be like all damage. So this is the one that you want to put instead of fire or holy on your gear. So in the planner, I think I actually ended up with not really any items that have the multi, but in the case of, you know, if you have that on your gear randomly, then you want to have all multi ideally. And in the case of transfigurations, I would say fire probably matters a little bit more than holy. So if you have the option to choose, then you should go more with the fire side of things. One other thing to know about the Dawnfire is that it ramps up as you kill enemies, or when you press the Holy Light aura, you can also like refresh the buff. But for example, when you walk into a lair boss fight, then you will actually not have this stacked, and this means you have to like regularly press your Holy Light aura. Usually this happens, this is kind of naturally when you play, and you go through the pit, it stacks up instantly, and then it just kind of refreshes all the time. But for example, on Belial, where there's no enemies, you don't actually stack this automatically. So it's just something to note. God damn it, man. I'm gonna record this part about the Dawnfire. One note about the Dawnfire is that this is actually a stacking buff, so I'm gonna be a bee, actually. This is annoying me right now with the dog. I'm mad, man. I really hate it. So it turns out it was actually Nini triggering the dog.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Are we recording? Can I help you?
Sure.
What are we
What?
talking about?
You're talking about Auradin.
Auradin.
Yeah.
Ah, that's my area of expertise.
Really?
Of course.
Did you play this?
No.
Oh. Okay.
I don't even remember which paladin build I played back then.
How about Zeal?
Maybe. I think I tried a couple. And it was your build. Hello chat, how are you?
I missed the OG Auradin. Yeah, that was cool. Yeah, if they like fix it and buff it and stuff, it's gonna be really good again. But it's like playable, at least.
Are you chatting with anyone today?
No.
Why don't you play Grim Dawn?
I'm trying, but I need to finish my recording.
Don't be complaining. Why are you grumpy? Huh? Well, that's a house. And you Germans shouldn't lift your arm, because it's very maybe interpreted in many ways.
Okay.
Do it again.
I'll remember.
Do it again. You saw it, everyone. He's caught.
Anyway. So some notes about the Dawnfire is that this is actually a stacking buff. So it's usually just ramps on its own when you start a pit run or something like that. But for example, when you teleport into Belial's lair, there is no enemies to stack this. You can refresh the duration, but you don't actually really stack it up with pressing the Holy Light aura. So it just never really runs out once it's going. But in some cases, you have this issue that it's not really active. However, for example, in boss fights, most of the damage actually comes from the Holy Light aura itself, because each of the wolves actually also carries the aura at like a slightly decreased value. So usually the single target is fine anyway, and the Dawnfire is mostly there for the AoE part. But either way, you want to get this maxed out and then kind of keep it rolling as you go through the map. And having a mythic version of this is also really strong. But yeah, this pretty much sums it up for the Auradin here. So for everything else, I can refer you to the planner. There is also the Auradin guide here by Chronix, which does look a little bit differently. And, it has, for example, the Righteous Will set that I talked about. I don't really like playing with it, but it is also an option to play this. So you can go check this out. I have a few more notes as well about, all of the things that work with aura potency and like, how to play this and so on. Paragon is here. We have different steps from Paragon 200, 250, and 300. You can go check that out. And besides that, hope this helps you. Hope you're going to have fun with the Paladin. And I'll see you guys next time. Okay.
Subscribe.
Yep. Link, please.
You made your food?
Not yet.
Do you want it?
Yeah.
What does this mean?
I'm very hungry. Please.
No. Okay, it's not difficult, see?
I'm not going to Fist of the Heavens, and I guess I'm not going to Shield Charge necessarily either. Oh. Okay, I got this. Okay, almost done it.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Thank you. Moussaka, guys.
Moussaka.
Nice. Where's Tarator? What is that? Okay, guys, I think it's time for Gundon. Tomorrow it's time for rank 1 push, actually. That's that. On the broke. Hopefully, exploit fixed. Bar tomorrow. Yeah, I'll probably start setting up the buff tomorrow. I'm gonna level it at least and stuff. I think I'm kind of done with the Paladin now. We've been playing it for like, I don't know what, 80 or 90 hours. So quite a bit. I'm trying to change my Twitch title and stuff, but it's not letting me. That's great. Okay. So many items and charms. What do you mean? She's Greek. Okay, where are we at? Inventory is empty. We're doing good. Okay, everything's fine. I wanted to do the Ancient Grove, I remember. This is like this dungeon. How many skeleton keys do we have? Can I like see somewhere like my stash? No, I actually have to go here, I think.
Got something you need stashed?
4 skeleton keys, 6 dynamites. Maybe I should make a few more of this stuff.
Got any more scrap metal?
We can make 8. 4. And dynamite. How'd I get dynamite? I made some somewhere. Received the best Musaka. No, she didn't make the Musaka. I don't remember where Dynamite was from. I got a lot of it somewhere.
Storage, no questions asked. I'll keep an eye out.
Homestead. Oh, you have to go to a different blacksmith. Oh my god. Okay. Interesting.
Got any more scrap metal?
Oof. Okay, so Dynamite. Okay.
Don't get killed out there.
Oh, we have like almost 30. It should last a while. Oh shit, we had a Wink Redeem for KG Honda. Okay. So, where was that thing again? I think it was on a Cohen's Refuge to the right. I have to finish that dungeon. Yeah, here. Okay. So last time I walked in there with like 30 poison res or so and it was not good. But now we're kind of chilling. We have like really good resistances actually right now. We're like at the peak of our strength here. Oh, what do we do? 2 points. I think I kind of maxed this out, right? What about this? Needs installation, 3 targets maximum. It's not really doing much damage, I think. It's extra physical damage. Health and energy regen. Maybe I can spec into something in Berserker. Actually, the leap goes further with more ranks. We could invest into a leap. It will cost more, but I guess that's not such a problem. There's also this with the max movement speed. -4 seconds skill recharge. So only if you have dual wield you get lower cooldown on the skill recharge. Oh, this video is at 60-second duration actually. You can also stack this here for more armor and defensive. You can also do this here at some point. We'll have a shorter and shorter cooldown, that's kinda nice. Activates and health drops below 50%. Damage absorption, that sounds kinda good, I guess. Let's see, actually. Okay, here's run speed, 134, 160. Okay, maybe the max movement speed is kinda good. Can zoom. I mean, I am really strong right now. But yeah, we're not really getting any more power now from leveling up. It's just like healing, defense, speed. So we'll see. And then more defense here. But I guess it can't hurt to have some defense there. I think there's like nothing else that we can really get anymore. There's also like the totem for more healing. What about this here? Health regen. Reduction in poison and bleeding duration. Thanks, extra health as well. Kinda good. Okay. Yeah, I think we have like stuff to spend. You know, it's like 5 levels, this is 5 levels. This is like 5 levels. I guess here as well. So it'll be like 20 extra levels, we're like 80. And then 5 levels here, 5 levels there, it's like 90. And then you have like a few points left to go. Okay. Yeah, I know this is flat damage. But you have so much flat damage anyway. Like, look, just the skill has like 5,000 flat damage. Like, what do I care really about getting like this plus 15 there? But yeah, this, the leap maybe, this, yeah, and then we are gonna be like level 90 something. Yeah, we can check our next level up, how much the Mock Dragon's Pact actually does. I tried this like very early on, when I was expecting it would do a lot, and it didn't really feel like it was doing a lot. So I expect it to do even less now. Okay. Three quests. So I'm gonna start with the Ancient Grove. Let's go. Yo. Original Master Header. Is an IF Awakening build possible with a new class? I don't know anything about builds in this game. So, this is my first time playing this. I have no idea what I'm doing, or what anyone else is doing.
Skill's not ready.
But it seems like in general, this game is very open-ended in terms of what you can do with your builds. You can like convert a lot of stuff, and you can make a lot of stuff work and scale it and so on. Builds generally revolve around the level 90 sets. Okay. I haven't gotten any of those yet, I guess. We're kind of far away. Yo, in Mitternacht. Thank you. Let's get MI for Primal. Here we big chilling.
I can't do that yet.
I have a few items that have Primal Strike ranks. I'm not sure. I got one monster infrequent mod that converts all my damage to Vitality or something. That is kind of interesting. $25,000 monsters, holy. Monster Infrequent is only in Forgotten Gods? No, I just got... No, is it not a monster infrequent here? I thought this icon there means monster infrequent. Why aren't any mats stopping? Is it a map? What mats?
I can't do that.
Dude, we are melting this guy. That was insane. We have so much damage right now. It should be kind of hard chilling in this dungeon. Let's do it. Ah, the mats are like auto-picked. We even have the map explored, that's kind of funny. I was here last time already and then I failed the run. Like one guy just two-shot me. Because I had like no poison res. Holy man, these guys are still blasting though. Kinda crazy. Oh my god. Actually insane. What do I have? Chaos, movement, attack movement, reduce target defense. Okay. These guys are insane. Yeah, you might beeline straight to the exit and just try to get the quest done. And I guess worst case, we can like full clear the last level at least, or go back. I'm not sure we can go back actually in these dungeons. Oh. %12 health and 8% total speed. Costs 150k, oh my god. But it's a good pot actually. 10% physical convert to elemental. That's also kind of nice. This costs 36. I'm gonna get that. I kind of tended to buy the pot. 150k. We have 800. Still 75 though. And I have no idea how often I'm gonna find this stuff. It's pretty good though. Nah, it's fine. What? Already learned. Oops. I got one of the blooms, yeah. Oh my god, man. Why, these guys are hitting me for 5,000, by the way. Are you serious? It's for pets. What is for pets? HP potion? Wait, what? I wanna see that.
I can't do that yet.
Oh shit, it's yeah, true, it says bonus to pets. Okay, F. Can there ever be a potion that's like actually good? That'd be cool. Yo, Wonkas. Yeah, pretty smooth so far. You're ramping. Oh, actually, I'm not sure if we're still ramping. Actually, we are still ramping, but very slow ramp right now until we get some massive upgrade. 10 devotion points later. But we're really strong right now, so we're kind of chilling. I can just like not upgrade anything for the next 10 levels, that's fine.
Can't do that yet.
Okay. Can't wait to be a noob again. The struggle, Wonkas. When you're just too good in every game.
That skill's not ready.
Wow. And this dungeon is really no joke, man. This is crazy. Dude, there's like snake plants trying to kill me. And good luck with the challenges. How far did you get so far? Physical 0. I have 4%. But physical is not a resistance you can really stack, so... These fuckers, man, what the hell?
Can't do that
Absolutely insane, man. What's going on in this dungeon? This is definitely the hardest dungeon so far. This one is crazy. They're just same buffs though. They don't even have like damage buffs or something. Just as extra chaos, yeah, sure, but it's like nothing. I already got absolutely nothing. What are these guys doing here? I don't really trust these guys, man. Nah, this wasn't Madden. Kinda funny how there's like the Caphonic guys in this dungeon now as well. This transitions from like a forest to this. And there's still the plants.
I can't do that yet. I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Ugh. Eldritch plant, it's kind of funny. Well. Great. You're basically fighting a Minotaur here. This guy, man. What the fuck? Ugh. Okay, is there anything else to loot here or something? Because then we can actually clear the rest of this. So it's just 2-floor dungeon. I hear some stuff. Nearby monolith stirs. Escape the grove, okay. Let's try to clear the rest, yeah. Then these dungeons are like insane. I think I almost exclusively just died in the dungeon so far. I think I have like 9 deaths now or something. I think like at least 5 or 6 are just in dungeons. Yeah. Oh, there's actually nothing else here. Okay.
I can't do that yet.
I don't know the Forgotten Gods expansion yet. Ah, guys, right here.
Have you come to pay your respects, mortal?
Okay. Oof. So get this done. The DLC worth it? Who knows? I haven't gotten there yet. But apparently it has crafting, so that alone sounds like a nice upgrade because I'm relatively unhappy with the item system so far. But crafting could make it more interesting. But I haven't really unlocked it yet, so we'll see. It's a pretty good ring. Chaos Bleeding, Pierce, Poison, Vitality. Definitely gonna save this ring. Level 70, what the fuck? What's up with that? Huge legendary axe, 43 to 90 physical damage. Insane. Minus 1.2 seconds skill recharge. Wait, what? On Primal Strike. What does that mean? There's no cooldown. A lot of armor. You have Pierce and Bleeding, and there's Vitality Res. Nah. Oh. What to Oak Skin? Physical converted. There's a bunch of attack speeds. And 9 physical res on a two-handed weapon. Interesting. It was 72. Yeah, but then we definitely have something else. Nice, I can sell this for 480 again. Oops.
Put it to good use.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, I have to go to East Marsh now. Let's see. Apparently there's like a zone I missed. But where? Here maybe? Well, it must be there. Okay, what do I need to unlock it? One dynamite. Apparently I didn't have a dynamite. That's also like Act 1, I guess. And now? Okay. What are my thoughts about the game? Log in. Fun. Seems like a pretty good story and exploration ARPG. Not sure about endgame stuff. Apparently it does have some, but I guess that's not really gonna be that big draw. Basically like a Diablo 2 on crack.
I can't do that yet. I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Let's see. 80 to 101 becomes 96 to 122. So it's plus 21 max, plus 16 min. 19, 666, 669, 28, 95. Yeah, it's like absolutely nothing, man. I got like plus 100 max, plus 80 min. So that's like 0.5% damage. It's kind of bad. And I suppose I got slightly more regen. So pretty worthless. I think we're gonna invest more in here first. So here we can do like larger jumps, which is kind of nice. guess we'll start noticing it after a few level ups. With 10 extra levels, that's gonna be like plus 40% or 50% range. Pros and cons of D3 versus D4, in my opinion. Well, the biggest pro of D4 is it has a future. And the biggest con of D3 is it doesn't.
Can't do that yet.
Well, then there's another big con for D3, which is that you just burn out after like 30 hours every season.
Not ready.
In D4 you can play for much longer if you want. Because there's a lot more stuff going on. Oh my god, man, this guy, what the hell? Yeah, but D3 is like, you know, simpler. And probably slightly more fun for those 30 hours that you can play it before you burn out. It's like giga dopamine overload basically in D3. But it's just like, you know, burns out way faster. Yeah, why are all these guys hurting so hard, man? It's insane. What is going on, these guys? I guess another good upside of D3 is that it has way better pushing system than D4. But if you're not competitive, then this doesn't really matter much.
I can't do that yet.
I wonder if the extra radius actually means the impact radius and not the jump radius. I guess we'll find out once I actually have more points. It's kinda hard to notice on just individual points right now. Maybe I should actually not invest into it and later just like do a bit of a respec, put 10 points and see if we notice the difference. Because right now I won't be able to tell the difference actually.
That skill's not ready.
They still put out new seasons in D3, so there has to be something there. They're not new seasons, they just recycle old seasons. There's nothing there.
I can't do that yet.
Ah, found him.
Can't do that yet.
never didn't have this material I need for one of these shrines. I think it always like gives you the thing that you get in that zone anyway or something. No. My turn is too easy for me. I disagree. Also, I don't really have any other choice. There's no other difficulty I can choose right now, I think. Yeah, unlock it after the base came. Oh, so I have it already. I'm probably gonna fuck all my reds though, right? I mean, you're getting stronger and stronger res items. Like some of these items have like 80 res or something on one piece. So you can slowly think about that. And we are already Giga ore capped here. This is fine, this is fine. Yeah, it's mostly the poison and piercing, that's a bit of a problem. The chaos, I guess. And you get skill points on the side quest. I haven't seen that yet, actually. But you also don't really
Can't do that yet.
have a lot of stuff to spec anymore on this build. Like, the build is basically complete now. It's just like a bunch of extra defenses you're gonna get at some point.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Yeah, but I don't really see why I would up the difficulty now, you know, after the base game. I've been playing on Veteran all this time and, you know, we still have the expansion contents to go through. I guess we're just gonna stay on Veteran for now. It would be kinda strange to just change it now. Yeah, I can't change it anyway. Like, some of the stuff is just like so ridiculous. Why do they do so much damage, man?
Can't do that yet. I can't
You went from normal to ultimate. That's funny. Yeah, I don't really understand how the difficulties work in this game. So it's not really like Nightmare and Hell, apparently.
I can't do that yet.
I guess it's more like world tiers then. Okay, there's actually nothing here.
That skill's not ready.
Some enemies are only an ultimate. Interesting. So there's still something here actually. But there's no path there. What? Must be like some underground cave or something leading there. No.
Can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
You just go where it is, not somewhere else. Okay, thanks for the tip actually. Maybe we'll see how much time I will have to actually explore endgame and stuff and grind. You know, for now we're gonna be busy with just a playthrough, but I guess we're gonna do a bit more Grim Dawn the next days to kind of catch up on the expansion contents. But yeah, just the Ashes of Malmouth is already kind of long. We still have the entire Malmouth region to do. Okay, kind of explored the whole thing, so I don't know what's going on here. Percent chance to avoid projectiles for physical rest. Look at that. Lightning. Defensive. 850 armor. That seems kind of nice. I think this might be actually something you want to wear. That's burn and targets damage reduction and lightning. Okay, kind of good. Don't need that amulet to rest anyway. Wait. Alright, we got the Fang. Okay, so... this looks like it actually connects, yeah, kind of. Thanks, I say. Okay, I think I'm gonna start with equipping this thing. Let's see how much my damage goes up. Really? It says buffs are automatically activated. 150 energy reserved. Oh, so the damage is not like added to my damage. It's just fire and burn and stuff. Okay. Whatever. Okay. What is this? Raging Tempest again? Minus 30. That's 32. Ah, fine.
Tinkering is my specialty. For now.
See anything you like? Iron well spent.
What's Avalanche? No, this is not a default weapon attack, so I can't use anything with default weapon attack. It's like a skill. There's like some things that count as a default weapon attack. Maybe this or something, I don't know. Steps of Torment rings a bell. I think I've been there. In Broken Hills. Fuck. Yeah. We've done this already. Another dungeon? Oof. Is it there? I guess it might be here actually. Hi, Crucible. We're like before Malmouth right now. I guess I can check if it's here.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
I'm hyped for a new season of Hero Siege. Hyped is a pretty strong term. But I'll probably play it a bit. If I can, at least. I'm not sure if I will be here necessarily or something.
That skill's not ready.
I wanted to play the Viking. I'm gonna do some melee. Played range last time, I'll do melee this time. But this guy actually spawns level 60 monsters. And these guys are also level 60, what? In the first zone they were like level 40, and here they're level 60, what the fuck? The scaling is definitely kinda odd in this game. Like all over the place.
Can't do that yet.
Bitch. Okay. What the fuck? That was a bit surprising.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Ugh. We're almost there. I'm not even sure if it's the right path. Yeah, this wasn't a dungeon. Like, you know, this Undercity level 1 is level 40. And then the Undercity level 2 goes to my level. Like, what the fuck? Look, these guys are level 40. They're 20 levels below. Like, this makes no sense.
I can't do that yet. I can't do that yet.
Oh, that's the wrong place. F. Well, at least we're gonna get our XP back.
That skill's not ready.
Let me kill that fucker. Actually, it's getting the XP back actually good. But I can get XP so fast. Wonder if it's even worth it.
That skill's not ready.
To spend like 3 minutes. How did the Auradin go compared to Shield Pally? Relatively poorly.
That skill's not ready.
But good enough if you want to play it. With a guide out there. So how did these guys kill me? It's freezing me too. Very cool. Maybe it was the green shit. I guess he shotgunned me. After this, probably. Damage taken still says 5k at a time. But it seems sus. Because how does this work? Hey look, I get like absolutely no XP actually for picking this up. Okay, let's try this again.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Yeah, this is Shaman Berserker. It's called Primalist. It's here. I'm pretty sure I've done this already.
I can't do that yet.
Wasn't this like the first dungeon?
I can't do that.
But it's already called Steps of Torment. It's not actually a dungeon. Oh, let's see. Monsters gain 70 health per second. Crazy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't complete this. I think the third dungeon was the first one I actually finished. This was one where I died. I think there was like this room with like the boss and both gates were closed.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, I did Bastion of Chaos. That was really easy. And I've done the Ancient Grove earlier. But yeah, this was like, you know, when I was like level 20 or some shit. Like the first dungeon, I think, or the second dungeon, right? And I failed it. Okay, we got the shrine. I guess you go up there.
I can't do that yet.
So I wonder if I would have gotten the quest item if I had finished the dungeon way back. And then like 14 levels later I get the quest for it, which is kind of funny.
That skill's not ready.
Dude. What is up with these guys, man? What are they doing? They even pressed portal, actually.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
I'm not even in the dungeon yet. Will surely go well.
That skill's not ready.
I guess he's also a shotgun me with the Fire Nova or whatever. That's probably why. Actually, I think I didn't have my tornadoes out earlier.
I can't
Oops.
do that yet.
I'm pretty sure it's the 3 fireballs that shotgun me.
can't do that yet.
This is Shaman Berserker, yeah. Actually, it says floor 5. Interesting. So that's technically floor 4. Even though this is now just the start of the dungeon.
Can't do that yet.
Interesting. Plus 20% crit damage. Ah, some players, okay. Total health, attack speed, okay.
That skill's not ready.
Totally normal buckler. What the hell?
Can't do that yet.
There's so much life leech now, it's crazy. Oh, wait, this is the thing. Wait, it was actually here in the explored part. I guess he can only appear when you have the quest done. I guess he just spawned here. Okay, at least you got the quest done. Let's finish the dungeon if you can. Also, the cooldown primal strike. I have no idea what you're talking about.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, I think last time I died in this room here. To this guy. Not this time. Onslaught. Ah, this. But this is like a different attack. The next activated cooldown will consume all stacks of the additional damage. Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe it could be like better for, like I can combine this with like, you know, stuff like this and this and this, and like all these like default attack buffs. Yeah, we'll see. This was the guy with the cage. Okay. He's like kind of easy now. Oh, never mind. Oop. These bugs actually hurt. The freeze, dude. Okay, I jumped right in. Fuck. He actually double hit me somehow. I think I got hit by one and jumped at the other. F. Anyway,
Left of my wares.
I got the quest done at least. That seems kind of nice. Level 65. Chaos Vitality, Chaos Alley. I think we're gonna put this here for now. Dude, this dungeon is like completely cracked, man. And people say like, yeah, just go ultimate difficulty. It will be fun, they said.
Put it to good use.
Yeah. I don't think I'm supposed to be in ultimate difficulty. I mean, ultimate difficulty didn't even exist until a week ago. So there's that. And so far I've not really acquired anything that would give me any sort of benefit that would allow me to go there, I guess. That's not bad. Stuns target, reduces damage. 10% chance when hit. Okay. Ah, shit. We've already done the Bastion of Chaos. Kala, Bargok. Alright then. My skeleton keys are bleeding, man. Ascension mode didn't exist. It's like veteran for ultimate. Yeah, I know that Ascension is new, but I haven't really gotten that yet. I'm not really sure how that works. Is it in the tomb? Oh, it's up there, right? Also, there's a shrine.
I can't do that yet.
So this actually. This is a 5 seconds duration, 5 second recharge. Kinda crazy actually. 21% damage absorb sounds kinda nice.
That skill's not ready.
What?
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet.
Why did I end up going Shaman as primary? Yeah, to prep for the Shaman we're gonna get an expansion 3 in D4. Oh shit, I actually didn't explore some of these parts here.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, I remember there were some big chonkers here in this map. On the bottom.
I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
You kind of have to clear a dungeon when you have already explored the map. Because you see it all. Can't remember where I've been. With like all these different like paths.
I can't do that yet.
It resets when you change difficulty. Okay, that's good. I guess you don't really want to do the dungeons more than once anyway, so... But yeah, with these quests here, for example... I mean, okay, knowing it on the second playthrough, obviously wouldn't go into this without the quest. Oh shit.
I can't do that yet.
Everything resets every time you relock. No, look, I have the entire map explored, so it's still there. And this was like 3 days ago or something when I was here. Like I was talking about the map, you know. I would prefer to have like the map not explored. And this guy's chunking. Oh my god. Are you serious?
That skill's not ready.
So just mid-air. I mean, to be honest, maybe you don't have to full clear this thing, right? I guess you mostly want to get to the end, get the chests and the boss and stuff. I guess full clearing is maybe not really so important.
That skill's not
So in that case, knowing the map is fine. I don't think we get much extra here from killing these guys. Okay, they're slightly higher level, relatively juicy XP and stuff, but it's not so crazy. Mobs of a star. These are quest mobs, no?
that skill's not ready.
Oh my god.
That skill's not ready.
Guy's spawning a lot of guys. Insane.
That skill's not ready.
Getting killed? Wait a second. Man, it's just like tankiest motherfucker ever, man. Almost 1.5 mil. I've only seen 1.1 before this. Okay.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet.
We found him. God. Okay, I got the thing. I guess that's the end here, so let's just see. Hey Nepona, how's it going? Haven't seen you in a while.
I can't do that yet.
We started Shaman Soldiers a few levels below me. Fun and relaxing. Nice. Yeah, I don't know what the Soldier offers. I don't feel like the Berserker is offering that much on my build. But it's a bit of defense and the leap, I guess. That's kinda nice. A bit of movement speed from the Warcry. Been chaos. Uh-oh. Something going on. Hope it's gonna be alright. I'll do fine. Playing Grim Dawn. It's the first time I play this game. Kinda fun so far. Wait, is there like no boss here or something? Wood? Okay.
That skill's not ready.
I guess it continues. Wait, are we outside again? Is there still a dungeon? Who knows? Okay, that sounds pretty rough in the corner, holy shit. He had a snake as well. Gründer doesn't get seasonal stuff, yeah. I mean, that's fine, I guess, you know. Not everything has to be like seasonal game like the other RPGs. Seems like there's definitely some excitement for this expansion and so on. People have been playing. A lot of people come to my chat and say that they really like the game and so on, so it's kind of cool to see. And apparently they are making a second game. But I don't know what's the schedule for that. Another 5 years. Oh man. Something like that, I guess. And if you just finish this expansion, then who knows, it's gonna be a while. Can we just tank him? Seems fine. Ooh. Okay, I think this was it. Post-processing costs massive glow. I personally disable it. Ah, wait, let me see that. Yeah, I don't like this either. Let's see what happens. %15% total speed. 30% chance on crit. Not terrible. Okay, is it like another dungeon? Apparently I've done it. Okay. Dude, how many dungeons are we gonna do, Mister? This is crazy. Like all the dungeons. I think I go to this actually. We have 6 times this Essence of Agdenbog. And this. You can actually sell this, even though it says quest item. Oh! Seismic Leap. Is it a different leap? This is just leap. Oh shit, we can craft it now. 4 seconds cooldown, 4 meter radius. This one is 4.5. Okay, it's almost the same. Ah no, here, 4.5 meter radius, 70 meter range. So the range is actually different. 18 meter range. Okay, actually I shouldn't put the extra points then. Okay, that's a huge drop. Needs 1 Eldritch Essence, 1 Better Shell, 1 Scourge Plating. I'm not sure what the essence is. Okay, it's basically the same thing, just this one has reduced target's offense and whatever. And the stuns, okay. Guess I prefer the stun actually. So now we could change our metal. My address is already kept anyway. That was 5% XP gain. So it's free to Primal Strike. Ah, it's the thing of the Vitality conversion. Nah, I'm not sure about that. This can be salvaged. %78% hit chance. Oof. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Pierce, fire, poison, bleed. But it has not any ranks to primal strike. I think that will hurt. Oof. Okay. Oh, it's an emerald. $25 light radius. I wonder if this helps us with like discovering maps. We're missing so much other rest now. There's chaos, there's vitality. We actually have so much rest that we don't really want here. Could go back to this neck, have the other rest. And change the metal instead if we can craft it. I have to check though.
Got any more scrap metal?
Can this guy not craft augments? Oh. Fuck, what was it called? Wait, the Glyph of the Pouncing Manticore. I got a recipe for that somewhere. I can do exactly one. I have one Eldritch Essence. Yeah, so maybe I don't want to do the metal thing yet. No, we're not in Forgotten Gods yet though. And even then I guess I have to like find them first. Okay, we got everything capped actually. And physical at 8. And we're missing... only one augment actually, right? One augment and one component. Damage to Chthonics. Yeah, I might just do it anyway. Let's see if we can put something on that ring that is like offensive. Seems like we don't need the rest right now. How much of the story have I done so far? Who knows?
Come see what's left of my wares.
Quite a lot.
Iron well spent.
I'll keep your stash safe.
Spirit, defensive, elemental. 4% health, health, vision, vitality.
I'll keep an eye out for this.
Okay.
Got something you need stashed? I'll hold on. That skill.
Maybe I can just put all these things in the stash as well. These were on quest items.
No questions asked.
Damn. This thing is insane.
I'll keep an eye out for this.
Let's take a look, shall we? Goodbye.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Okay, I have to add another dungeon, man. Yes. Yo, Tommy, thanks so much, man.
Can't do that yet.
Oh my god. Imagine I didn't have to leap. Crazy. No, maybe we're gonna get a bit more sustained brain matter here. There's like some of the big ephemerals that can drop it, I guess. Same don't see out there. There's also a totem. I can see, yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's any chance I can do ultimate right now. I'm still doing campaign, guys. And I'm still getting clapped by some enemies there.
Can't do that yet.
Alright, this is base game right now. We're still doing like base game stuff right now.
Can't do that yet.
Oh. Ugh.
I can't do that yet. I can't do that yet. Skill's not ready.
These always are so funny. Ah, this guy. Yeah, it's tanky. Like very resistant or something. There's so many skeleton keys. I have to check how many I have left. It's like a 4th dungeon now we do for this witch. Crazy.
Can't do that. That skill's not ready. Can't do that. I can't do that yet.
No, I can't on the other side here. Apparently, I seem to have failed it there at some point. So let's see. Old Valbury, Old Town.
I can't do that yet. Can't do that yet.
Ugh. Crazy. 2 legendaries on one guy. Okay then. Yeah, this is Transfiguration Magic Toad in the cube. But it's random, so
Can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Alright. What is this music? This one is called Gradual Shift. From Light. Yo, Cheesecutters, nice to see you. Yeah, we are insanely gaming here.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
What the hell's going on here? Achievements, okay. I put the Auradin in exclamation mark build, by the way.
I can't do that yet.
Old school gaming is back, hashtag reading. I wonder how many people under 20 would be able to finish one of these texts.
I can't do that yet.
Mm-hmm.
Can't do that.
I'm becoming a boomer. Dude, I was born a boomer. What do you mean? In German. Somehow I closed it again. Oh shit. This guy's gonna one-tap me, right? Okay. Okay, not done yet, apparently. This was not the real boss.
That skill's not ready.
Boomer because I'm not on PoE. I mean, PoE is quite a boomer game, though. What do you mean? It's like very old school philosophies. I guess this one even more. Where did we go? Wait a second. I don't know where to go. Maybe here? There. Okay, I'll go there. Oh, it's actually an exit. Okay. I think this will be a game we'll come back to or include in a rotation at all. I mean, there's no rotation for Grim Dawn, right? There's no updates or seasons or something like that in this game, so... Yeah, maybe I'll play it again at some point, who knows. But... it's not really something that is like a... returning factor. And I also don't expect that there's enough, you know, commotion. I mean, I was not really sure how much I will actually enjoy playing through this again. Like, I like doing it once. Not sure if I like it a second time. We'll see. And it's also going to be different when I actually know what to do and do it way faster and
That skill's not ready.
you know, I don't accidentally do some dungeon 3 times and whatever, right? So there's that, I guess. Oh my god. What the fuck? Nullification is a new debuff. Dude, this guy is no joke, what the fuck?
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. I can't do that.
Yeah, I don't really have a lot of like defensive buffs, but that's not too bad. There's the guy, I guess. There's also the... wait, the Mended Soul. Seems like a lot of these dungeons have a vendor. But they all say crap only, unfortunately. In general, like all the vendor stuff seems to be crap. Like sometimes there's a recipe or something. I'm not impressed with those vendors at all. Apparently this guy is there. What am I looking at? Now I'm getting killed by this random thing here. That's very cool. There's another one. Okay, plan B. Oh, I can't even press potion while I'm looking at this.
That skill's not ready.
Oop. Alright, I got the head. Alright, I think I'm almost done with this dungeon, right? Also my inventory is almost full, man. Way too much loot, holy.
skill's not ready.
Another guy. This guy's just on the other side of the wall. Ah. There is outside actually, and I can talk to him from inside. That's funny. Maybe I'll go back and check. Probably have to go up there again anyway. What the hell is I can't go down there.
Can't do
And what a dungeon, man.
That skill's not ready. Can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
My god, I have to go all the way around again to this? Nah. Let's just hope there's nothing there. Hello, guys. This is bubble. I guess they take less damage. They're also tanky. It's a bubble, I think. Okay. What is going on? What are the things I don't like about the game so far? The loot, mostly, actually. I think there's way too many stats on items, and they get way too much random shit that you have to look at. The loot filter is not really helping too much.
I can't carry it. Can't carry it. I can't carry it.
Ah, shit.
I can't carry
I
it.
wonder if the monster and frequent items actually sell for more.
I can't do that yet. My inventory is full.
Close. The Scandroid, but that's another alias of Cell Dweller. We have plenty of his songs. Instantly transport yourself towards a target destination. Yo. But it also needs an Eldritch Essence. Fuck. This is also for metals. Okay. 5 and 5. Be nice. I guess it's mostly like the choice of which skill we want plus an Eldritch Essence. Okay. That is a lot of armor, holy. And some life. Yo. Wait, how's my Chaos S? Kinda good, actually. Level 72! Ugh. Oh my god, why is everything so high level? What the fuck? Level 74? What is going on? Well, we'll leave this for later, I guess. Interesting. Here's an item that has no elemental damage or like any damage type on it. I haven't seen that in a long time. This has 800 more armor, by the way. What the fuck? Pretty good. I'm not sure how much armor actually does in this game. I have armor rating. What is actual armor doing? Doesn't really say anything. Who knows? I'll save it. I guess I can throw all the stuff in a stash. It's like all level 70 is like super far away. But I can maybe do like a whole re-gearing session when the time comes. Forty-two elemental rest is crazy. Mm-hmm. Look at this. 1 to all skills in Shaman, 1 to all skills in Berserker. So that's the set. 550 health. What the hell? Okay, 8 PS, 15 bleeding. How's that looking? Okay, we could wear this actually. Wait, we're missing like nothing. So poison LA. This component actually doesn't really do anything. 8% damage to Ephemerals, I guess. Runestone. Yeah, I think we will take this. 120 health regenerated per second, increased armor by 30%, 8 seconds duration, 30% chance one hit. Yeah, it's just kind of sick helm actually. This seems crazy. And it's actually one of the items that I can equip. It's like a pet thing. They're like almost the same thing. This one has 30% more vitality res. Seems legit. Cold lightning alley. Yeah. To level 75, man. This will take forever. 72. 70. Alright. I'm missing like 7 PS rest or something. I think that's okay. Is it okay? It's like a quarter extra damage taken. No, more actually, 40% extra almost. So maybe I can find something that has PS rest. Poison, acid, data, alley. Yeah.
Got something you need stashed.
Chest and shoulder armor. So I could take one of these here, sealed hide. Really? Scaled hide, oh.
I'll keep an eye on this.
I mean, we have one. This goes on shoulder, chest, and leg. Oh, shit. Why does it not show? Okay, I have nothing of these, so I guess you don't have to look down there. What is our leg? Same. Oh god. Ah, tough luck.
I'll keep an eye on this.
Tinkering is my specialty. Goodbye for now.
Safe storage, no questions asked. It's safe with me, promise.
There's a skill granted by the component. Seems kind of bad though. Do you need to craft the T3? Maybe. If you all go plus 10 levels, let's say to primal, then you want to move points on primal because you're overcapped. Wait, there's like a cap of how many ranks you can have on your skill. What the fuck? I'll look that up. I didn't actually see what she said when I turned it on. Oops. Well, the very unexpected reveal, but I want to see what she says. These are the crazy augments. We're actually not that far away. So I guess we're gonna get that. It's just from like finishing this now, probably. Okay, I have no more quests, no more dungeons. You can actually play the game. Crazy.
That skill's not ready.
I got 4 points. Oops.
That skill's not ready.
We lost 6 characters out of 100 already to extended difficulty. 3 times by dread, 3 times no reason. What does that mean? What's this? Burning Smith. What the fuck? What are these things? I get +3 ranks to Primal Strike. I bet it does anything. Ah no, wait, what? Okay, because when I pick it up it's already minus. Okay, it's like 15% actually. Okay. Much of health, you have 9k life, pretty good. Five to 10 minute fight for nothing. You get an achievement. Okay.
That skill's can't do that yet. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Okay, nothing here. Treacherous domain. Uh-oh.
Can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Mm-hmm. Just a little mini boss here, I guess.
Can't do that.
How does this compare to D4? Not at all, really. This is more like D2.
Here they come.
You better have a damn good reason to be here, before I assume you're just another ethereal. You're not from Malmouth, though. I'd know. Speak. Why are you here? As far as I know, we're the last pocket of free people in our once grand city. Most of us, including myself, are remnants of the city guard. We do our best to survive, mostly by scavenging where the ethereals are thinnest. But those opportunities are quickly becoming few and far between. The Black Legion? They survived the carnage in the capital? I suppose if anyone was gonna pull through, you could count on the Emperor's finest. How do they plan to get here? The docks are destroyed. Aether fire surrounds us. I don't know what that means, but if it's true, the best way into the city proper would be through the Candle District. The bridge was raised following the attacks, but the controls should still function. If you find a way to lower it, then the Legion can enter.
So,
Ah,
this is
hold on.
what's left of the Resistance then. We're going to need the Legion. Wait, did I just say that? Somer must have rubbed off on me. Yes, that will suffice to let Creed's troops pour into the city proper. You will have to make your way through the Candle District, a more pleasant name for the city's slums. I don't expect it will be enjoyable. Carve your way through whatever horrors the Ethereals have waiting, and bring down that bridge. In the meantime,
If you're serious about heading out into the Candle District, which I don't recommend, then there's something you could do to cement our trust. The Ethereals do more than just slaughter us. That much is apparent. They've been gathering the dead and transporting them to Crown Hill. To what end? Just take a look at the mutated brutes roaming the city. We're just fuel for their experiments, material for their army. And I will not stand for another human being used this way. The ethereal gathering efforts are concentrated around the Candle District, where the fighting was...
Ah, we speak at last.
This guy again. Why does this guy show up everywhere?
Come see what's left of my wares. Put it to good use.
Wait, there's a quartermaster. Mammoth resistance. Uh-huh. Aether damage and elemental damage. Interesting combo. What the hell? I have max bleed resistance. Uh-huh. And level 90. Okay, dude. %10 health. That's for pets. Everything's level 90.
Put it to good use.
See anything you like?
use.
And you are? The Black Legion? Where were they when the city burned? Where were they when our people were forced to flee into the sewers? Where were they when we watched our children get turned into monsters? That may be true, but do not expect me to leap for joy because of empty gestures. If you are... Let's see what I can do here.
Check the last potion on a quartermaster. Wait, what was that? I forgot to check the potions. I haven't really found like any good potion yet that is useful.
That skill's not ready.
See anything you like?
That's kind of nice, I guess. 100% experience gain for 1 hour. What the fuck? I need revered. So that's not happening anytime soon.
Iron well spent.
Can't do that. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. Can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Let's yoink them through the Rift Gate. Goodbye.
Skill's not ready. I can't do that yet.
After we defuse the Rift Gate, you just yoink them anyway. Yeah, exactly. You can just force them. It's funny.
I can't do that yet. Yeah.
He's a random chance of attacking and not believing you. That's funny.
That skill's not ready.
How does this guy just spawn with like a level below me? Yeah, these guys are one level below me. Didn't know that's the thing.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
How do you lower level than me and so much better? That's crazy. Well, I only did all the dungeons once, and then I did 4 more dungeons for the quest. Not that much. So I don't know, in total like 8 dungeons or something.
That skill's not ready.
Not sure how many, it's like 4 or 5 dungeons, right? And then a few of them I've done twice. And some of them I didn't even finish.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet.
Yo, Frosty. Yeah, playing Primalist, exactly. Kinda cool. I like Primal Strike. Oh, maybe I can actually finish this part here before I go down. Can we open the bridge? Ooh, that's shotgunning. Why does like every little mini boss have like an achievement in this game? Crazy. Ah.
I can't do that yet. I was beginning to lose hope, but you pulled through. What's the situation here? We? I take it there's some good news then. I will need to speak to this resistance.
We teleport him and not the guys. Okay. There's one more corner.
I can't do that yet.
There's a star. Ah. Almost forgot that part. The wagon. Okay. I guess he might... Might wanna go back. There might be like another rift gate somewhere, right?
That skill's not ready.
This game would be amazing if it had better UI and quest interaction system. Yeah, UI is definitely not the greatest. The quests are fine. I mean, you can just click through the dialogues if you want, right? If you don't actually want to read everything. It's better than like D4 where you always have like a cutscene for every single quest guy that talks to you. Don't use it ever as now. You definitely want max stress, man. On everything. It's crazy how much these guys are chunking you sometimes. Hey, what? Do we have a... Okay, I guess we can do this. Maybe to open the door.
Well, you weren't lying about the Legion arriving. But if you sabotage the ethereal efforts in the camp, I had you figured all wrong. The Legion at our doorstep and the wagons destroyed all in one day. Here, some iron.
Thanks for the iron bits.
Ah, we speak at... I've spoken with Karinia. She appears to be in charge of these people. Things here are about as bad as we thought.
Irinia has informed me of an old resistance outpost up on the surface in the Steel Cap district. They were forced to abandon it when the ethereal presence became overwhelming. I believe it will be a boost to morale to see it retaken, and it could serve as our base of operations when we advance upon Crown Hill. I've dispatched some troops, but I'd like you to lead the assault. Take the nearby sewer passage up to the surface and clear out any ethereals present.
Or
See anything you like?
so apparently this percent reduced target's resistance doesn't stack. But maybe.
Iron well spent.
I got a point. I don't know what we were doing. It was something purple, I think, or green. It's very hard to notice what I have taken and what not. Because I need are glowing so bright. Was I working on something? Who knows? I guess you're working on a new one. So I have to figure out which one we're gonna do to unlock altars. I think there's too many constellations, dude. Rowan. I think we checked this out last time. I mean, it's like alright, but I need to get another purple. And we only get one green. We need 3 green. It is, wait, which one was that? Oh. Yeah, we already have a flat reduced target elemental res. But I guess this one can scale up, right? That seems useful. And I guess the flat is only on some... Was it on a ring or amulet or something? I'm not sure. Where was it? Ah, this was a component actually, 15 reduced. Yeah, so it's probably... There's better components, I guess, at some point. There's also reduced targets resistance actually. It's a bit less. This one is 12. 25% chance. This is 10, 15% chance. Okay, we can probably take this at some point. Might take this here. There's a bunch of attack speed. It's 5 points. Seems to have decent stats. This was only for ranged. There's a lot of health and armor here. A lot of health regen. I don't think you're gonna go for health regen very much. You mostly need like raw defense. Yeah. It's not great. I think it's Spooder time actually. There's also this, yeah. Sense of ability, this can also be ranked up. But it's mostly like a pet thing, I guess. I also need one purple somewhere. Would be nice to get like one purple, 3 green. Does this thing give purple? No, it gives nothing actually. This is one purple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points though. There's not enough green. And it's also like some poison stuff and pet stuff. What the fuck? The toad. It's 4 points and we get exactly what we need. This is okay, this is okay. This is okay. This is kind of shit. But maybe I'll do the toad actually. Also this, I guess. Bunch of armor. I'm not sure how good it's like armor. We have like hundreds and hundreds of armor. I think it's toad time actually. Don't really get anything for now. But so unlock both. How many more points do we actually get? We have 24 more points. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Then we have 21 left. And this thing is 2, 4, 6. So we have 15 left. And then this is 5. We have 10 left. So after those 3, we have 10 more points. We can still get something. I have to check some of these like outside things. Yeah, I haven't really checked them enough. Yeah, I already have a lot of lifesteal though. I don't really need that much more. We actually have the same thing already applied. Okay. Ah, it's open. You want 3k plus armor in endgame, and global armor like that applies to all slots. Yeah, so I noticed that apparently you have like slot specific armor. I have no idea how this works, but it's weird. So I guess all of them get boosted by something like this, so maybe it's better than it seems. Yo, 34 damage absorb. And we can fall below 50% life. Kinda nice. Oh look. Okay, open the bridge now. I want to see her.
The outpost is ours, though it came with a cost. Those who lost their lives, resistance had attempted to breach the gates of Crown Hill before, but they were not adequately prepared. Remains of their fallen still litter the streets, along with the explosives they had crafted for the task. I prepared a powder that should magnify the properties of their makeshift bomb dramatically, enough to pierce those steel gates and give us an opening. I need you to take this powder and recover the explosives from the failed mission. Combine them at the Crown Hill gates and blast the...
There you are. Creed said you might be able to help. Awful nice of him to set aside resources for. While discussing the attack on Crown Hill, I brought up several targets that I consider of utmost importance if we are to ever secure the city. Creed was inclined to agree. If you are willing to help, speak to Captain Wilfor. We've had some trouble in the Steel Cap district that requires immediate...
Corinne has given me the go-ahead to engage our efforts in the Steel Cap district. The Steel Cap district was once the pride of Malmouth. Manufacturing facilities, forges, arcane shops, everything you could think of was once made here. All of it gone.
Thank you, guys.
The carnage that ensued. But some of the old supplies still remain. If you're headed out into the Steel Cap district, keep an eye out for any old weapon caches or arcane supplies, such as enchanting powders and magical implements.
Yeah, you can do Asterkarn way earlier than I'm doing it. I'm just doing it in chronological order. So I'm in the first expansion right now, near the end, I guess. Grimdawn is definitely worth playing, I think, Georgia. Pretty fun. Definitely gonna finish the campaigns and stuff and see. Hey, there's training dummies here, what the fuck?
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet.
Quick DPS check. Kinda funny.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, just don't send them, I guess. That's a funny option. Guess we can't go in there. The Draconians, yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe there's like some alternative quest where I can sabotage the resistance or something. It's a faction. I guess any faction you can be friendly or hated with. And there's actually like a way to help the Ethereals. I saw there's an faction.
Can't
Hello, Frosty. Another Frosty. Port entrance. Let's see what's up here.
Do that yet.
I like it quite a lot, Gogger. Okay, exit already. Anything else here?
Can't do that yet. I can't do that yet.
Yeah, that was worthless.
I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Okay, where are we getting out now? Right here. Okay.
I can't do that yet. I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
F.
I can't do that yet. That's locked.
Locked by the figures, what the hell?
I can't do that. do that yet. I can't do that yet.
You know,
So this is what the Ethereals have envisioned for us all. I'm sure they won't mind that we let ourselves in. Preliminary reports indicate that the main entrance to the Fleshworld
how's the new DLC? And not die yet, actually. But apparently pretty good.
If enough of them are destroyed, then the entrance may be forced open in order to compensate for the loss of ventilation. While I mobilize our forces for a frontal assault, you will need to seek out these vents and destroy them. It may be our only chance of getting inside and ending this Master of Flesh before his grand plan comes to fruition. Once you're inside the Fleshworks, I'm afraid you'll be...
Okay. Harbor, Fleshworks, so I guess actually almost there. Crown Hill. But there's a bunch more to explore here. A few DLC away from the new. Well, I'm at the end of the first, and then there's one other DLC, and then we play the new one. So we are getting close, actually. Apparently the Forgotten Gods is shorter than this one as well. Minus cunning requirement for ranged weapons. A lot of health in this thing. Physique. I'll save this one.
See you around.
Okay, I haven't found the note yet. You have to get the weapons.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Oh. Leap, leap, leap. Yeah. Need more leaps, actually. So there's a detonation site for like no reason. Should have just gone backwards actually from up there. There was still more stuff to explore here anyway. Too late now, I guess. Oh.
do that yet.
What? Maybe this is like this barred by Ethereal's door.
I can't do that yet.
Yeah, there's like a way to play ranged Primal Strike, which seems kinda crazy as well. But I only tried it for like 2 minutes right at the start. And then I started on melee. I think the melee playthrough is kind of fun. But maybe I would make like a ranged character also. And I do like a second playthrough. We'll see. How do I get there? From the other side, okay. It's still locked.
That's locked. That skill's not ready.
I'm pretty sure there are summons. I mean, even Shaman has like some summons, like these tornadoes here are basically pets. And there's probably plenty of others. But I have no idea what is like a good build, or if this is a good build even. Who knows? So, maybe it's a fort. 3 dynamite. Why would you do this? I don't think I'm gonna waste 3 dynamite here. Let's see what this is. Yeah, right, I think that's actually a Necromancer class. The real lightning storm druid. Oh, finally a point. Maybe. Nice. Still need a lot more though. And a double. Let's do the battle surge, so you can have like the perma 10% life per second. Sounds kinda nice. I think max level is 100.
Skill's not ready.
Watch, drop stream, look history of build. I'm not planning to do that actually. You can get some more skill points after 100, okay. Yeah, I don't think I'll actually need even level 100 for my skills. I basically have my build complete, it's just a bunch of defenses I'm picking up now. I guess more important are the items and stuff that I can unlock later. Like I already have access to like level 90 items and stuff, but I obviously need a long time to actually wear them. Kinda cool though, it's kind of refreshing to find items that I just can't wear for a while. And it's like something to look forward to, right? It's like, oh, cool, I have this item now. And in 10 levels I can equip it. I like that actually. Kinda missing in like B4 for example. Yo, Auradin, thanks for the bits. How do you feel about the new expansion? Yeah, not there yet. But it seems like the new mastery of Berserker is kind of cool. And apparently there's crafting in the new expansion. But I haven't tried that. But I really dislike the item system so far, so crafting is probably gonna make it a lot better. This is Shaman, Berserker, Primal Strike. I need to meet all the factions before I switch. And why do I need to meet all the factions? Don't you see them in Ultimate? There's potion crafting, item reroll, and create your own Terror Zone system. Okay. Yeah, Terror Zones sounds like a good system for this game.
skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
If we meet him, we can start getting red for them when we start in ultimate. Ah, okay, so this is why you want to meet them. I guess you can get rep even from content that is like before you meet that faction in like... Okay, but people tell me to just switch to ultimate. So not necessarily do a restart, right? So apparently just swap over and that's it. So it seems more like a world tier. I thought the difficulties were more like Nightmare and Hell and stuff. The campaign starts all over. Oh. Wait, then, okay, then these shadows are cooked actually, what the fuck? I'm not gonna restart the campaign like halfway through now. No, people told me I'm too strong, I should go ultimate now. And I was like, okay, I've been a veteran all this time, I'm not gonna swap now. But the fact that it actually restarts is like, this is completely cooked. Like, I'm not gonna restart this shit now. What do you mean?
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
You do base campaign, go into elite, clear base campaign again and go ultimate and go expansions. Interesting. Kinda odd. Like, how does that help me on subsequent characters? Like, what's different on my alts?
Skill's not ready.
Is there like no way to like actually do a full restart? Or like a fresh playthrough? Okay, we got these guys. What the hell? Let's jump out of there. I do have an Auradin build, yeah? Exclamation mark build. There's no purpose to do all 4 campaigns in each difficulty. Okay. That's a bit lame.
Good work out there. The supplies you recovered from the Steel Cap District will help us push the offensive. Caitlin will be pleased. You can be sure that we will. I'll have Caitlin get started on these right away. I was going to ask if you've seen any of our other operatives while you were out there, but it seems you've already found them. Good on you to put yourself at risk for the safety of others. I'll be sure that they do their fair share from within the hive. I believe Corinia's got something big planned for the harbor.
Captain Wilford tells me that you've done your fair share of rescuing damsels and acquiring murder weapons. Well done. Your efforts will go a long way toward... I was wondering if perhaps you'd be willing to lead an attack I've been planning. It involves the harbor. I'm talking about the Black Iron Docks, over on the western side of the Steel Cap District. The harbor is in ruins, boats shattered and burned. But if we are ever to push beyond the Aether Fire and not rely on magic or portals through hell, we will require transport. The Black Iron Docks were controlled by the Imperial Army. Only a small regiment was on site when the attacks began. A handful of them now serve in our resistance, but most perished. If we can take back the...
See anything you like?
Keep getting a lot more items that have health on them now. It's just kind of like turned on. Health on items.
Iron well spent.
Hmm. Yeah, I need to find this. I don't know. Not sure what the spire is supposed to be.
Can't do that. That skill's not ready.
Yeah. Something about the Herald. Figured I can't take for the Herald of Flesh or something, right? So maybe it's gonna be there.
That skill's not ready.
The expansions are Ashes of Malmouth, which is the one I'm doing right now, that's the first. Forgotten Gods, that's the second. And then Fangs of Asterkarn is the third. I have to buy them all.
Can't open that. That skill's not ready.
Okay, another diversion point. I just had one.
That skill's not ready. Yeah. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
The fuck is this? Yeah, I don't think you can have more than one writ though, right? I already have one for one of the factions. Yeah, Carmen's chosen.
Skill's not ready.
One per faction. Alright, wait. You can just buy them for all of them or what? Interesting. Maybe I could do that. Yeah, I thought it's just like, you know, one. Like, what's the point of having the same buff for all of them? That's kind of strange.
That's locked.
Yeah, that seems very comfy there. Also, it's locked somehow.
That skill's not ready. Can't do that yet.
Yeah, that's kind of stupid, because you can apply the bonus for all of them. I think it would be just one of them. So you choose, like, what is the one you want to boost. And then, you know, you get a bonus to that one. It's kind of weird. Sure, I guess. I'm not sure if old system excuses stupid system. But okay, I guess I'll go buy some Brits.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Wait, I missed the southern? I guess it must be there. What happened being high in a competitive scene in PoE 2? That's what I said before EA. Well, I think I did pretty well so far. We don't really have any competition. Secure the black iron dogs. It must be here, but I mean, what do I do? Actually, I have no idea where to go right now. Qualifying to Asterkarn and winning shouldn't be a problem. Actually, I'm not even sure how the qualifiers are chosen there. I guess it's like from the campaign races and stuff.
I can't do that.
I mean, I don't find the campaign races that interesting. I've tried like in the first few races, and I almost won the demigod a few times. But it's like not very interesting, just doing like Act 4 or something. You know, it's like, it's not really how you play the game normally.
I can't do that yet.
Yeah, exactly. I think Gauntlets are gonna be way more interesting in terms of competitiveness. Or, you know, maybe I'll try something like the world first 100 hardcore Zeph or something on launch for like the Martyr. That would be cool.
Can't do that yet.
Depends a bit on like how much practice I can get in and stuff. You know, I don't just play PoE 2 like a lot of other people. So obviously being like number 1 on any of those races is nearly impossible, I think. A lot of other stuff going on. Sounds like I know I cannot make it and give him up. I think you're just trolling, aren't you? Like, what are you talking about, man? Okay, enter now. And now it's open. Okay, here we go.
Skill's not ready.
You're disappointed by another streamer talking big. Well, on the upside, I got most likely the world first Paragon 300 in hardcore this season. And most likely the world first Mephisto in hardcore this season. So I'm relatively content with what I'm doing in D4 so far. And I don't think it's realistic to expect that it can be world first in 2 separate ARPGs at the same time. So if I'm somewhere in like, you know, the top range, like I don't know, you know, top 10 or something, that would be cool already, I think. But obviously, you know, the skill curve is very steep towards the top end. You know, like, you know, the number 1 is so much better than number 2, and the number 2 is so much better than number 3, and so on. So expecting that I will be the number 1 in PoE 2 is relatively unrealistic, since I'm not 100% focused on PoE 2. And you need the hours, you know, in addition to everything else, you also need the time investment. But yeah, I think I will be happy not being world first or whatever in PoE 2. As long as I'm like close enough. I mean, for example, when PoE 2 launched in 0.1, I was actually number 1 on the ladder for a while. During the early days on the solo self-found ladder. So, you know. Stuff like that. Would be a top player in PoE. 1, if I started playing earlier, was just BS. What are you talking about, man?
Was the mission a success? I always knew I had it in me to tell somebody else to do something heroic.
I mean, there are certain people that have proven they can come in late and still win gauntlets and stuff, you know, like I'm Exile, for example. I don't think he was there from the start, or at least he wasn't very competitive from the start, and then, you know, at some point he, like, logged in for, like, I don't know, a year or two, and he caught up, right? You just have to close that knowledge gap, basically. You know, if you log in PoE 1, even now, you know, after all these years, if you play the game, like, 1 year straight, full time, like, non-stop, doing nothing else, yeah, of course you will close the knowledge gap. And, you know, also the game is, like, evolving every league quite drastically. So, you know, even the veterans have stuff to adapt to all the time. And then you could get to the territory where you could try to win gauntlets and stuff. Or at least win classes in a gauntlet, not necessarily against Ben, but maybe others.
For now, help.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Trash. Okay, what about this? Also trash.
See you around.
Okay, I guess I have to go up here now. Developing the trip south lore notes. This was like something here in the mountainside, like the cannibal stuff, if you mean that. If I remember correctly. I think I have to go up here now. There was like this... Ah, here, Fleshheart Enclave. How the fuck do I get there? Okay, Time Cream. I'm not sure if you're confusing me with someone else. Or if you are just oblivious to soon 1.5 decades of accomplishments. If you're such a long-time viewer of mine. But either way, you know, I don't want to really go too deep in this discussion right now. I think you would have to reevaluate your memories. I think that's the thing is wrong. It says Fleshheart Enclave entrance, but this is actually the fort and it's closed. This one says factory. I guess I have to go there. That's my first playthrough, lady. And this calls all the doors entrance. Yeah, the thing is, it said the wrong entrance. This was just like some fort or something. And it was something else, I think. Anyway, we found it, I think. See you, tan cream. He's a long-time viewer. Well, no more, I guess. Unlucky. He actually unfollowed. Also, his account created was September 25, 2025. It's not even a 1-year-old account. Why am I not surprised? Long-time viewer, by the way. Holy shit. Actually, his first message was just trolling me as well. Apparently, he typed 12 days ago in my chat, but I didn't see it. I mean, to be fair, you know, it's been nearly 2 years since PoE 2 came out. And I was expecting I would play the game a little bit more than I actually did. I mean, I have like, what, 1200 or 1300 hours now or something? So it's not bad. But I expected less D4 and more PoE 2 in my schedule. But, you know, D4 was just like blast and going well, so I was more on that. And I'm pretty happy with my accomplishments overall. I feel like in D4 we're doing really well. And in PoE, you know, considering my investment, it's pretty good too, I think. Yeah, I'm not like barely aching about it. You know, and regardless of like early access or not, you know, you could be trying harder and you could be trying to get, you know, rank 1 in every race or whatever, right? Like Angomos, who's just like, you know, speedrunning campaign like non-stop, like every day he's doing practice runs or something. Of course, I'm never gonna beat someone like Angomos. You know, how could I? How could anyone really, right? So you would have to do the same level of insanity to compete with that. And I'm not doing that, so this is just what it is, right? I mean, Angomos is extremely good, and I respect him for what he's doing, but I'm not doing that, you know? So it's just how it is. And I also don't really see much of a point in that, just to prove, okay, I'm a good PoE 2 player. I can do a campaign to Act 4 really fast. Nice, you know? Like, literally the least important part of playing PoE 2, I can be good at. To prove I can do it, you know? Like, what's the point? So yeah, just log in with 0 practice and get rank 1. Yeah, sure. I mean, speedrunning in RPGs is all about honing your skills, right? Like every single step needs to be min-maxed, well practiced. You need to understand exactly every single step, and so on. And even just sitting out on a single patch will like completely, you know, like delete like half of your existing knowledge or something, right? So you have to kind of like do it all the time as well to just stay there. And yeah, I mean, I did have plans for, you know, being competitive in PoE2, but I feel like there's not really enough to be competitive about, you know? The campaign races are just, like, not that interesting and that fun, and I don't think there's, like, a lot of, like, interest in that even or something. Not just from, like, the competitors' perspectives. So, I don't know, I'm not sure what's really to be upset about right now.
Skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Yeah, what is that? Hello, man. What are you up to these days, by the way? Instead I play 400 hours of the most played season of D4 to get rank 2 ladder. I mean, okay, you know, obviously I want to get that rank 1, but also, you know, I would play the season for other reasons as well, right? It's not just, okay, I play 400 hours to get the rank 1 rogue. That is like a nice bonus. But, I mean, I still had fun this season, you know? Like, it was a bad follow-up to a good season 13, right? But I still had fun playing season 14. So... I mean, I also played PoE2 for like a month straight, right? I also played like 300 or 400 hours on PoE2 in 0.5, so I made like 3 characters to 96, 95, and my hardcore SF guy to I don't know what, 80 something. I think I continue my hardcore SF guy actually when I do like 0.51 practice or whatever. Like, I'm not sure what the patch is gonna be called, but the reset basically. Maybe it's gonna like load up my hardcore SF guy and continue a bit. I didn't really finish it. Coach training a kid from young age to become the next. That boy decided to play D4.
That skill's not ready.
And then he was disappointed and angry. I don't know. I know, it's fine, it doesn't bother me, I can deal with this. What is going on here? Wait! What is this guy doing here?
Skill's not ready.
Okay. It's getting pretty cursed here. How is the game? That's pretty cool, okay. And you picked a build that needs to farm skeleton key dungeons, so you kinda stopped. And what's the issue with that? Hope you guys are there for next season in 2027. Oof. How do you feel about the prospect that the last Epoch is trying to dodge the GTA launch in November? The question is just in which direction? It's kind of crazy to think that this is going to be after I went to Gamescom, after I went to BlizzCon, and after I went to Asterkarn. At some point there will be a GTA launch. And after that, there will be last Epoch. Nice, log in guys.
I can't do that yet.
He also just integrates like a rift gate. Okay, I have to find a shape of Flash. I guess he's also somewhere in here. Grimdawn always has more expansions than LE has seasons. Okay, Grimdawn had a bit of a head start though. Wait, can I not go backwards? You can't go backwards. There was another entry. Ah, shit. It's this shit again. Why is there always like some stationary boss in this game? Also, this guy's melting. What the hell? Ah, round 2. Melting again. Ooh. Round 3. Cool. Okay. Fourth of the circle of 5. Uh-huh. The final 5. So these are rifts. I guess that leads backwards. What is here? Absolutely nothing. Ugh.
I can't do that yet.
Okay.
I can't do that yet.
So I guess we pick this here. Lagon is a better boss. Lagon is actually a better boss. So what is this now? Oh. Is it here? You've died there walking up that ramp. Yeah, I just there to bait you.
Tell me. So it is finished then. With the
Oh.
demise of this fiend, a major pedestal in the ethereal hierarchy crumbles. Their forces here will become rudderless. Their collective will be scattered. Malmoth is a great victory for mankind.
It's kind of funny that,
The symbol of our
you know, like I just finished like the final boss of this expansion and it gives me like a quest reward. And that is like for a very specific physical ranged gun build. And that's like the only item you get. Like, for like, you know, one of the 100 builds that you could possibly make. It's like, what is this, man? At least give me like, I don't know, something a bit more generic. And maybe like, you know, 1 out of 5 choices or something, you know, or whatever.
We can't afford to underestimate our enemies. There is a real possibility that the Ethereals will retaliate in some way for this loss. We must be prepared. The first step will be to exterminate the remaining Ethereal presence and secure Malmoth against a possible attack. Between Fort Icon and Malmoth, we now have major fortifications on both fronts, with access to the coastline and shipbuilding facilities. But every victory costs us lives. While the Ethereals are nigh limitless, every move we make must be carefully planned.
Okay. So I guess that was Ashes of Malmoth. So I have to find the emissary.
Come see what's left of my wares.
It's kind of strange. So I find like these items that have health now, but they very often don't have any damage. This might be worth keeping. 72.
Well spent.
I'll keep your stash safe. I'll keep an eye on this.
So does the guy. So here we start the Forgotten Gods expansion. But I think this is something for tomorrow, guys. Maybe my cunning is too low. Yeah, I've never invested anything into cunning, but I don't think it does anything for me. Bonus health. Yeah, it doesn't really do anything. So I've been like doing like, I don't know, 60, 40 as physique and spirit, roughly. This has health. Actually, they all have health, actually. Does magical damage, which I think includes a lightning. It's energy. He has health. Yeah. This, I need a lot of physique for the weapons, actually. I can't be neglected. Alright, anyway. So I hope you enjoy, guys. I'll be back tomorrow. Gonna raid one of the PoE boys, I guess. How about we raid Jungroan? Enjoy, guys.